Welcome to While We Were Distracted, the podcast where we explore topics that often get overshadowed in the rush of daily life.
The OpenAI board decide to do that?
Fundamentally, we didn't find it in line with our mission, and specifically, we didn't feel that it was appropriate for one person to control our mission.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Now, returning to the foundation, describe, if you would, the charitable resources now available to the OpenAI Foundation.
As I mentioned earlier, the OpenAI Foundation has a significant equity stake in the OpenAI Group Public Benefit Corporation. As a consequence, we can sell those shares of equity to finance both the operations of the foundation, also for grant making. We've made a $25 billion commitment for giving $1 billion this year alone.
And does the foundation have employees?
Yes, we do.
Generally speaking, how's the team filling out?
We brought on a CFO, an experienced CFO, a director of operations. We've also named sort of two key initiatives that are the main focus areas for the foundation. The first is life sciences and curing diseases, and we brought in a leader for that group named Jacob. We also have a Jacob. The other area of focus is AI resilience, and we named a leader for that group, Wojciech, who happens to be one of the founders of OpenAI as well.
And at a high level, Mr. Taylor, what does the focus on life sciences and healthcare involve?
A few key areas. I think there is a general scientific consensus that AI can play a meaningful part in finding cures to diseases that have vexed us for over time. One of the areas that we've started making grants is in Alzheimer's. And again, it's beyond my area of expertise, but I think there's a lot of hope in the Alzheimer's community that this research can lead to a cure. And on the AI resilience side, the key areas of focus are first around youth, both mental health and education, also outside in or third-party views of model safety, as well as things like biorisk.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Has the foundation's charitable activity accelerated in recent months?
Yes, it has.
Counsel to Mr. Musk has suggested that the reason the foundation has accelerated its charitable activities is in response to the lawsuit. Is that true?
Absolutely not.
Why then has the foundation's work intensified recently?
We only recently completed the recapitalization in October of last year, which just gave us the opportunity to have this equity, which we needed to both bring up staff for these initiatives, but also have an opportunity to liquidate that equity to finance our operations. So I wish we were moving faster, but I'm proud of the pace we made so far.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And looking ahead, what work is on the horizon from your perspective for the OpenAI Foundation?
One of the really compelling benefits of our structure is the more successful OpenAI becomes, the greater this endowment for the foundation. So we've started with these two areas of focus, specifically trying to complement OpenAI Group's research into AGI and safety. So I think I'm excited to expand on that $25 billion, and in particular expand beyond AI resilience and public health as well.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. No more questions.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before Cross, may I briefly ask some questions on behalf of Microsoft?
Well, are you doing it on Cross? That is, typically we would, you're not taking him on direct, are you? It's not your turn.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Plaintiffs, Cross.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Good morning.
My name is Walter Hawes for the plaintiffs. Testified yesterday to your experience as a CEO and director. As a CEO, you wouldn't consistently lie to a board of directors, would you?
Are you asking if I would lie to my board of directors as CEO?
Yes.
No, of course not.
And as a director, you would fire a CEO if you determined that they consistently lied to the board, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would.
You testified yesterday that in November 2023, you became involved in discussions with OpenAI's board after reading about Mr. Altman's firing in the news. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And when you became involved, you knew the board had fired Mr. Altman for lying, didn't you?
No, I did not.
That hadn't been reported in the news?
The news was filled candidly with speculation. No one really knew what was going on, and I certainly didn't know what was going on.
The board published a blog post saying that Mr. Altman had not been consistently candid in his communication with the board, hindering its ability to exercise the board's responsibility. Do you recall that?
You're going to have to slow down.
Apologies, Your Honor. The board published a blog post after firing Mr. Altman saying that Mr. Altman had not been consistently candid in his communication with the board, hindering its ability to exercise its responsibilities. Do you recall that?
I do.
And immediately after you became involved in these discussions, you worked to reinstate Mr. Altman as CEO, didn't you?
I worked to try to help mediate an outcome that resulted in OpenAI not imploding, which reinstating Mr. Altman was a byproduct of that, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to show Plaintiff's Exhibit 312, which is stipulated. And I'd move for it to be admitted. Mr. Taylor, these are texts between you, Mr. Altman, and Mr. Nadella, dated between November 19th and November 20th, 2023. In this text, you, Mr. Altman, and Mr. Nadella discussed setting up a new board at OpenAI. You were going to be a part of that new board, weren't you?
At most points during these discussions, yes, the outgoing board had contemplated my being involved in the new board.
And in this text, you state your requirements for being involved. And one of those requirements is that Sam is back as CEO and on the board, right?
Yes, I see this text.
And at the time that you set that requirement, you had not determined whether Mr. Altman was, in fact, a liar who was not consistently candid with the board.
My intention at the time was to be unencumbered as a new board member to review the facts of the matter on my own.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Taylor. My question was, at the time that you sent this,
Again,
and said,
pause, slow down.
at the time that you set this requirement, you had not determined that Mr. Altman had not actually been consistently candid with the board.
That's correct. I did not know all the facts at the time.
And at that point in time, when you set this text, you had known Mr. Altman for approximately a decade. Is that right?
I don't know precisely, but that's in the right order of magnitude.
You testified yesterday that directors of the PBC, the public benefit corporation that OpenAI has, have fiduciary duties to consider shareholders' financial interests. Is that right?
Yes, there's dual fiduciary duties to stakeholders, including shareholders, as well as the mission.
And so apart from the safety and security issues that you mentioned, the PBC directors are required to consider the financial interests of the shareholders.
Actually, they're technically required to consider both the mission and shareholder interests at the same time.
And serving the shareholders' financial interests, that involves pursuing profits, right?
Yes, it does.
That's different from a nonprofit, isn't it?
You're asking me if pursuing profits is different than a nonprofit?
Directors at a nonprofit are not required to consider pursuing profits, are they?
Certainly a nonprofit director is not required to consider profit, but I don't think it's different than a nonprofit. The entire structure our organization contemplates is in service of our nonprofit mission.
You testified yesterday about the governance controls of the nonprofit exercises over the PBC. Do you recall that?
I do.
And Mr. Altman is currently the CEO of the PBC, correct?
That is correct.
And when OpenAI adopted the PBC's bylaws in 2025, it implemented a 2/3 majority requirement for the PBC directors to remove the CEO. Do you recall that?
My recollection is we have a 2/3 majority requirement for some of the more significant changes to the company, including changing the mission, firing the CEO, and I believe for the CEO, firing its independent directors.
And so the answer to my question is yes, there's a 2/3 majority requirement to fire the CEO.
2/3 of independent directors, to be precise.
Okay, thank you for that. And based on your experience on other boards, it's typical that only a simple majority is required, isn't it?
I'm not sure I know. Honestly, I'm not familiar with other companies.
Well, you've served on numerous other boards, haven't you?
I've served on a number of other boards, yes.
And you've never served on another board that had a 2/3 majority requirement, did you? You never served on another board that had a 2/3 majority requirement to remove the CEO, did you?
I'm embarrassed to say I'm not sure what the rules were for those boards, but not to my knowledge, no.
You testified yesterday about the process that OpenAI undertook to decide on the PBC structure. Do you recall that?
I do.
And as part of that process, OpenAI negotiated with Microsoft, didn't it?
Yes, Microsoft had the ability to veto our recapitalization.
And so OpenAI had to win Microsoft's approval for the 2025 structure.
OpenAI had to ensure that Microsoft didn't veto the recapitalization, correct?
Because Microsoft had those approval rights under its agreements with OpenAI.
It had veto rights, correct?
You talked about the employees at the nonprofit. As of October 2025, the nonprofit did not have any full-time employees, correct?
That's correct.
And it wasn't actually until March 26th that the OpenAI nonprofit began hiring full-time employees, right?
I'm not sure that's true. I certainly remember interviewing people ahead of that. I'm not sure when they all started.
Okay, you mentioned Wojciech and Jacob, I think, in your testimony.
I did.
And do you recall issuing a note, a blog post on OpenAI announcing that they were joining the nonprofit?
I do.
Okay, and do you recall that was in March 2026?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And today, none of the nonprofit's employees are performing research focused on developing safe AI, safe open source AGI for the benefit of all mankind, are they?
That's not the intention of our foundation. So our public benefit corporation is the part of OpenAI that does AI research and ensures safety. The foundation, as I mentioned, is intended to complement those efforts, though our AI resilience effort is intending to finance people looking at AI safety as a third-party view.
So I believe the answer to my question is yes, there's no research being performed today at the nonprofit, is there?
No, it's not a research organization. It's a grant-making organization.
Okay. And a separate question, Mr. Taylor, in addition to selling equity to generate revenue, the foundation can borrow against the equity that it has in the for-profit, right?
I assume so. I'm not sure I know for sure, but I assume so.
Okay. And so you would assume that the foundation could have borrowed against its equity in the for-profit OpenAI organizations prior to the recapitalization, right?
I have to say this is beyond my financial expertise. What a not-for-profit's allowed to do with an equity stake. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions. Oh, course indulgence. One moment. Mr. Taylor, just one more question. You mentioned that you founded a company, Sierra, in your direct, I believe. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Sierra is a customer of OpenAI, isn't it?
That's right. We license some of the models.
Thank you. No more questions.
Okay, now, Mr. Gerardo.
Mr. Taylor, my name is Jay Gerard. I represent Microsoft. I only have a few brief questions for you today. Do you recall the question about Microsoft's approval rights for OpenAI's recent restructuring?
Yes.
Did Microsoft withhold its approval of that restructuring?
No, it did not.
Do you also recall being asked questions about a text thread between yourself, Mr. Altman, and Mr. Nadella in November of 2023?
The text that I was just shown?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Why were you sending those texts to Mr. Altman and Mr. Nadella?
At the time, I don't remember exactly the sequence of events, but there hadn't been a resolution reached, and we were trying to find a structure that the current board would accept that would result in Sam coming back to the company and keeping the company from dissolving.
And do you recall your testimony yesterday about the makeup of the nonprofit's board of directors?
Yes.
After the events of November 2023, was there an observer from Microsoft on the nonprofit board?
Yes, briefly, I think for maybe 2 board meetings or 1 board meeting.
What is your understanding as to why Microsoft briefly had an observer on the OpenAI nonprofit board?
I don't know for sure, but the company had recently almost imploded. So that was my reasoning for it, but I'm not sure I was told directly.
Did that observer have any voting rights?
No.
Did that observer participate in any competitively sensitive discussions involving OpenAI?
No, they did not.
Did that observer participate in any discussions involving Microsoft?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I have a couple of questions. I don't think you were asked this, but are you being paid for your service on the board?
Board directors are now paid a yearly salary in cash. I'm embarrassed to say I don't know, but on the order of $200,000.
And there are times, it seems to me, when the fiduciary duty to the nonprofit is not directly aligned to a fiduciary duty with a for-profit. So how do you reconcile that, and whose duty takes precedence?
The mission always takes precedence. So the structure that we put in place, in particular the foundation control of the PBC, is designed to make it so that that's an unambiguous decision for board members involved. Because first of all, I don't believe that the mission should come into conflict with what OpenAI PBC does, but if it does, the mission takes precedence.
Okay. Let's see, Mr. Sabat. Mr. Oz,
No more questions, Your Honor.
any questions?
No more questions.
All right, no reason to keep him in recall status, correct?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, correct.
Correct.
That's good.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the OpenAI defendants called Sam Altman.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand to the sworn servant. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or so you affirm? Please say, I do, or I affirm.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated and speak clearly into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
Samuel Harris Gipstein Altman, Altman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Altman. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. My name is Sam Altman,
Where do you live, sir?
San Francisco.
What do you?
We're going to push that back a little bit because it's getting muffled. You don't want to be too close. But yeah, let's try that.
How's that?
That's, I think, a little bit better. Just a tiny bit closer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach with a binder?
You may.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Altman, what do you do for a living?
I'm the CEO and a director of OpenAI.
And how long have you been affiliated with OpenAI?
Since the company's founding, actually even before the company's founding, the idea was coming together in 2015.
In 2015. Before OpenAI, what kind of work were you doing, sir?
It was in technology and startups.
And can you describe that just a little bit more for the jury?
Yeah, I left college to do a startup making mobile software, and did that for about 7 years. And then I became an investor in other startups. And I went to work at a company called Y Combinator, which invests in startups, and it invested in my startup a long time ago, and eventually ran that firm.
Before OpenAI was founded, Mr. Altman, did you have an interest in artificial intelligence?
Yeah, since I was a little kid.
What drew you to artificial intelligence?
Well, I was like a nerdy kid. My family got a computer when I was little, and I spent a lot of my time on it. I also really was into sci-fi, and I liked thinking about things like this and the impact it would have on the world. I never really dreamed I'd get to work on it. It still feels pretty incredible, but I was always interested.
Before we get into how OpenAI came to be, I want to ask you a question very directly. You, as you know, have been accused of stealing a charity, Mr. Altman. What is your response to that?
It feels difficult to even wrap my head around that framing. That as Brett just testified. We created the largest, or one of the largest, charities in the world. I think this foundation is now doing incredible work and will be able to do much more. It took a huge amount of work to create this over the last decade plus, and a lot of creative ways to figure out how to keep it going, given the huge capital requirements that were needed. And to have the structure where this nonprofit not only is making what I hope will turn out to be hugely beneficial grants and funding important work, but also having the control position it does over this technology. So it does not fit with my conception of the words stealing a charity to look at what has actually happened here. And I'm very proud of the work people have done, the value that's been created, and the support that this nonprofit has. And I hope that as OpenAI continues to do well, it will, as OpenAI continues to do well, the nonprofit will do even better.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. You said that OpenAI was founded in 2015.
Yes.
Orienting the jury to that time period, mid 2015, you at some point took some steps to form an AI lab.
Yes.
Who was involved in those discussions, Mr. Altman?
Greg, Ilya, Elon, Wojciech Zaremba, John Schulman. The six of us ended up being sort of the main co-founders. We talked to probably dozens of other people over that year, some of which we got involved then, some of which got involved later, some of which never got involved.
I take a look at DX501, which is a stipulated document, I believe, therefore, in evidence. It's an email exchange from May 25th, 2015. Do you see that, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
That's between you and Mr. Musk. Why'd you send this email to Mr. Musk?
By 2015, I had become pretty obsessed with AI and what was going to happen in 2012. There had been a breakthrough result using neural networks to win an image classification competition, and a breakthrough result using neural networks to win an image classification competition. And progress continued. I was both excited about what the possibilities were, nervous about what happened if this technology was not democratized or developed safely. And it seemed to me increasingly so like this was just going to happen. And that it was very important to get to work on this, to work on this in a way that would maximally benefit humanity.
I could draw your attention to, you wrote here towards the end of this that the people working on it would get startup-like compensation if it works. Do you see that, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
Did you discuss with Mr. Musk how you would compensate the researchers and engineers who would try to drive the lab forward?
We did. So this sounds a little silly to say now, but at the time, we almost didn't start this effort because we thought Google was so far ahead that it might be hopeless to compete. And that they were also able, it was such a wealthy company that they were able to compensate top researchers in a way that we just didn't know if we'd be able to as any form of a new entrant. And so we had been brainstorming how to get around that and trying to figure out how we could offer significant compensation to these people who are making so much at Google.
Did Mr. Musk share that view? Do you know?
He did.
And we can take this document down. What structure did you and the other founders you described ultimately land on for the OpenAI project?
We formed a nonprofit.
And when did the nonprofit launch officially?
It was announced in December of 2015, and then the first day of work was early in January 2016.
Were other structures considered for the lab you all were considering putting together?
Yes, we considered a for-profit on its own. We also considered a nonprofit with a parallel for-profit. It was, at the time, we had no conception of that we would someday have products or revenue. And so it was difficult to think about the structures here that, would normally be required with a company that was going to have revenue.
What would you say to the suggestion that OpenAI was Mr. Musk's startup?
I would not agree with that characterization at all.
Were you ever Mr. Musk's employee, Mr. Altman?
No.
Now, focusing on the early time of OpenAI, 2015 through 2018, 2020, what were your contributions from your perspective to OpenAI?
From 2018 to 2020?
2015
2015.
to 2020.
I spent a lot of time recruiting. I helped get computing power in place. I helped determine what projects we were going to work on, how we were going to structure the teams and the organization. I had a full-time job for a lot of this period, so I was much less involved than Greg and Ilya. But those were some of the areas I was working on.
And did you make any financial contribution to the organization?
I did.
Just describe that in high level for the jury, please.
I contributed $3.75 million in cash to approximately to OpenAI when it started. I gave a multiple of that of equity interests I held to early employees relevant to that startup, like compensation would look like. I gave $17.5 million in cash to an associated universal basic income study that people working on OpenAI were also working on. A universal basic income study. And then I contributed a lot of my time and effort.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. Asking a couple of questions about Mr. Musk's involvement at the same time. What was his title at OpenAI when it was founded?
Co-chair.
And how long did Mr. Musk serve on the OpenAI board?
I believe from inception in December of 2015 until early 2018. So a little over 2 years.
How would you describe Mr. Musk's relative level of involvement in OpenAI from 2015 to the time he left the board?
He would come by the office maybe every week or other week and was very available for calls and emails and texts as needed. And how would you describe Mr. Brockman and Dr. Sutskever's relative involvement in the project during this time? It was their full-time endeavor, like kind of, almost every waking hour.
And let's talk for a bit about Mr. Musk's monetary contributions to OpenAI. Did Mr. Musk make a pledge to donate to OpenAI as it was getting launched?
Yes, he pledged that he would cover up to $1 billion, whatever we couldn't raise from others, but it was very important to him. And it was a different instinct than Greg and Ilya and I had, that we launched, that we have a $1 billion commitment, and he was clear he'd make it real.
Did Mr. Musk ultimately contribute $1 billion to OpenAI?
No.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Musk how he might start going about honoring that pledge?
Initially, a little bit after getting started, we asked him if he would commit to doing $5 million a quarter.
And did he do that?
He did for a number of quarters.
Thank you. And did Mr. Musk make any other donations other than these quarterly payments, Mr. Altman?
He donated rent payments for I don't think he owned, but he was like the master leaser of a building that we occupied.
I see. Thank you. Now let's situate ourselves in the mid-2017 time period, Mr. Altman. We've heard a bit during this trial about something called Dota.
Yes.
What is Dota?
Dota is a video game.
And did OpenAI compete in a Dota competition sometime in 2017?
Yeah, technically Dota 2.
Dota 2, thank you.
But we did compete in a Dota 2 5-player versus 5-player, like 5 people versus a 5-player versus 5-player competition, where our AI acted on 5 of the players.
And what was the result of that competition?
Our team won.
What was the significance of the OpenAI win at the Dota competition?
Honestly, the world reacted to it somewhat less than I thought they should have. But to us internally, it really felt like a moment where we had shown that our technology, using something called reinforcement learning, could take on an enormously complex task with many different degrees of freedom, learn how to do it successfully, and compete with the best players in the world. It was a huge amount of work and resources that went into it, but it felt to us like, okay, this is another proof point that this technology is going to work.
Do you recall Mr. Musk's reaction to the Dodo win?
Yes, he was impressed. And then immediately after the Dodo win, Mr. Musk said he thought we immediately need to get more serious and figure out how to get way more capital to win.
And just so the picture's clear, why did the Dodo win lead to the conclusion that more capital was required?
One of the things that we had been learning at the time at OpenAI, but the Dodo win really concretized, is that the most important way to make progress in AI was to build a bigger and bigger computer. The more compute power we could throw at the creation of an AI system, the smarter it was. But these systems got enormously expensive. And so the Dodo win, in my opinion, I think in Mr. Musk's opinion, was a clear data point that the scaling hypothesis was still working and that we needed much larger computers and much more resources than we thought.
Thank you. And just keeping track of the calendar, the Dodo win was in August 2017, Mr. Altman.
That sounds right.
What approaches did the OpenAI founders consider to address the realization that the organization had acute capital needs?
We considered raising more money in the nonprofit, if that were possible. We considered the formation of a for-profit. We briefly considered becoming part of Tesla. We considered doing something called an ICO, like a crypto token offering, probably some other things too.
Was a for-profit OpenAI created in 2017, Mr. Altman?
It was not.
Why not?
The co-founders could not agree on the terms for such a structure, neither on the relative ownership percentages, but on the control.
So let's pick up the control issue first. What were the discussions around control of the for-profit that occurred in 2017?
Mr. Musk felt very strongly that if we were going to form a for-profit, he needed to have total control over it initially, and that this was because he thought he only trusted himself to make non-obvious decisions that were going to turn out to be correct, but didn't seem like it at the time. I can't recall if either he told me or Mr. Teller told me, but one of them said that Elon had long since decided just for the rest of his career, he was only going to work on companies that he totally controlled.
Did Mr. Musk want to be CEO of the organization?
He did.
And how did you feel about Mr. Musk's demand for total control?
I was extremely uncomfortable with it. Part of the reason that we started OpenAI was that we did not think AGI should be under the control of any one person, no matter how good their intents are. Like this needs a rigorous governance structure. And although Mr. Musk was saying he would give up control later, I had quite a lot of experience with startups and I had seen a lot of control fights. And I had learned that especially when a company was going well, the founders or people who had control did not usually give it up. They were able to demand things like supervoting shares even after the fact. Supervoting shares or other control rights such that even if a company did need to raise more money or did need to add more directors, they could have this control forever. And I think you can see this now with many founder-controlled tech companies, I believe, including SpaceX. And the fact that Mr. Musk was unwilling to commit in writing to something contractual where he would not have long-term control made me very uncomfortable.
Did Mr. Musk ever say what might happen to OpenAI and its technology way into the future?
Form of the question, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you think of anything else that caused you concern respecting Mr. Musk's demand for control?
I mean, many things. Some of the ways he talked about AI safety and what he thought there and kind of his specific plans on safety made me worry, but a particularly hair-raising moment when my co-founders asked Mr. Musk about, well, if you have control, what happens when you die? Said, I haven't thought about it, something like, I haven't thought about it a ton, but maybe it should just, the control of I should pass to my children. I didn't feel comfortable with that.
Did you also want to be CEO of the company, Mr. Altman?
I did.
Why?
Well, the main thing I was being tasked with as we were talking about this was going to work was to do the fundraising. And also in my experience, it is difficult to fundraise and not be the CEO, especially when the company is so new and has no product. I was willing not to be, especially on an interim basis, but I thought it would have made my job and the task in front of me easier.
Let's take a look at DX 648, please. This has been stipulated, though I think there might be a question.
Wrong.
It's withdrawn. Thank you. So please take a look, if we could, at DX 648. This is an email from you to Ms. Zilis and Mr. Teller on August 18th, 2017. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Please read the last paragraph of your first email on page 1, and I'll caution you to read slowly.
Speaking for myself, I'm not very sensitive to economics. Parentheses, I think if we succeed, it won't matter, close parentheses, but I'm worried about control. I don't think any one person should have control of the world's first AGI. In fact, the whole reason we started OpenAI is so that wouldn't happen. I'm open to creative structures, though, and I'm less sensitive to immediate term control.
And this is from August 2017?
Yes.
And when you said you were less sensitive to intermediate term control, what did you mean by that?
I meant that if there were a world, I was, at the time I really liked Elon and wanted this to work out, and he clearly felt strong about this. So if there were a world where for a defined period of time to a defined milestone or something like that, for a defined period of time or until a defined milestone or something like that, Elon could have control, but we could find a structure where contractually he wouldn't long term. I would be open to something like that. What I really didn't want is by the time AGI was built, one person to say, I've got this thing and I'm going to use it, in an unconstrained way, how I think is best.
Did Mr. Musk ever agree to any mechanisms that would have called for his reduction in control over time?
He did not.
And what conclusion did you draw from his refusal to commit to such a mechanism?
My belief is he wanted to have long-term control, and that he would have had that had we agreed to the structure he wanted.
Now, you mentioned, I think, a few minutes ago that Mr. Musk, that a further point of disagreement amongst the founders was the distribution of equity in the potential for profit. Is that right, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
Tell the jury a little bit about that discussion.
Mr. Musk proposed various amounts of equity he should have for himself during this. The conversation didn't center on the previous contributions. We agreed that the nonprofit had done work in a nonprofit phase, but when we were talking about forming a for-profit, Mr. Musk felt like he was going to financially contribute a lot of new capital to this new entity, but also that he was the most well-known of us, and even if he were spending less time, a lot of the value would come from his involvement. I recall him something saying like, if I make one tweet about this, it's instantly worth a ton. And I felt, particularly on Greg and Ilya's behalf, quite upset that he was not respecting their contributions. Mr. Musk is someone who knows well the value of sweat equity and founders working very hard to contribute to a company and to build value. This has worked tremendously well for Mr. Musk in his career. And an early number that Mr. Musk threw out was that he should have 90% of the equity to start. It then softened, but it always was a majority. And that was very important to him. And neither Mr. Musk nor I were working that hard on the company at the time, and neither in the contemplation of the coming time period were we going to be working as hard as Greg and Ilya. So although I thought it was totally true that Elon was proposing to put in a lot of money and Elon had, a lot of brand value, I really wanted to stand up for Greg and Ilya. One of the most special things about OpenAI has been we have incredible team spirit and teamwork. And I remember in these conversations, I felt that Elon just really deeply didn't get that and wasn't valuing it.
Let's take a look at PX 157, please, which is in evidence. It's an email exchange involving you, Mr. Musk, Mr. Brockman, Dr. Sutskever, dated September 20th, 2017. So we're a few weeks farther on. In the last bullet point of the first page of Dr. Sutskever's email to Mr. Musk, he wrote, and I should say Dr. Sutskever wrote, the current structure provides you, referring to Mr. Musk, with a path where you end up with unilateral absolute control over the AGI. You stated that you don't want to control the final AGI, but during this negotiation, you've shown to us that absolute control is extremely important to you. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you share Dr. Sutskever's understanding of Mr. Musk's position?
Yes.
And let's take a look at Mr. Musk's response at the top of page 1. He writes, guys, I've had enough. This is the final straw. Either go do something on your own or continue with OpenAI as a nonprofit. Do you see that, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
What was your reaction to this ultimatum?
Kind of face value that Elon was no longer interested in proceeding with the deal he had previously offered after Greg and Ilya had responded, and was fine for them to go start something new on their own or continue to work on OpenAI as a nonprofit.
Taking now a look at PX 158, also a document in evidence. It's an offshoot, Mr. Altman, of the same email thread we were just looking at, dated September 21st, 2017, so just a day or two later. Do you recognize this exchange?
Yes.
You see that Mr. Musk replies at 3:08 to the email we were just discussing, and he adds, to be clear, this is not an ultimatum to accept what was discussed before. That is no longer on the table. What did you understand Mr. Musk to mean by this?
Also took this at face value that he was no longer offering the deal he had previously offered.
And please read your response to Mr. Musk.
I remain enthusiastic about the nonprofit structure.
What did you mean by what you wrote here?
That I thought then and continue to think now, having a nonprofit like we have, and having control rights and a lot of value to use this technology for the good of the world is a great thing.
Did you view that message as some sort of commitment to Mr. Musk?
No.
Did you make any commitment to Mr. Musk during these negotiations about the future of OpenAI structure?
No.
What about Mr. Brockman or Dr. Sutskever? Did you observe either of them making a commitment about OpenAI structure to Mr. Musk?
Not to my knowledge.
Had Mr. Musk suspended his quarterly donations, Mr. Altman?
I believe just about this time, like sometime in the fall of 2017.
Did Mr. Musk ever resume his quarterly donations?
No.
Earlier, Mr. Altman, you mentioned that there were some discussions about OpenAI becoming part of Tesla. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When did that happen?
Well, it came various times with the years when we were all talking about ways to access the huge amounts of capital we would need to build this technology. But after this set of negotiations fell apart, we kind of got back to work. And then I think a couple of months after this, we were again engaged in conversations about how to get more capital. And this time, Elon was pushing more on the Tesla path.
What do you recall Mr. Musk saying respecting Tesla absorbing OpenAI?
Mr. Musk was very focused on how we needed billions of dollars a year pretty quickly to be able to compete. And I remember him saying at one point, the only path, and the best path that he saw was to become part of Tesla, for OpenAI to become part of Tesla.
Thank you. Let's take a look at DX720 stipulated. We're now in November 2017, so it's a few months on from the last note we looked at. These are text messages between you and Mr. Teller from November 1st. And you see he writes to you, Mr. Altman, at 1:45, quoting, he remains very open to the idea of you joining the Tesla board as part of this, which I think would be great. Do you see that?
Yes.
Who did you understand he to be referring to here?
Elon.
And Mr. Teller goes on to say, I should say that regardless of how these conversations about OpenAI shake out, he is committed to building a stronger AI team within Tesla for both hardware and software. If we could have you involved, and hopefully Greg and Ilya combined with everything that Elon and Tesla bring to the table, I think that would give us the greatest odds of success in rapidly building AGI that doesn't obliterate us. Do you see all that?
Yes.
How did you interpret this message, Mr. Altman?
I mean, I read like a vague, like a lightweight threat in there, that he's going to do this inside of Tesla with or without you, and, Elon and Tesla bring a lot to the table. So, you got to think about that. But I also think he said that, if we could have hopefully the three of you involved, that would give us the greatest odds of success in rapidly building AGI that doesn't obliterate us. And I think Mr. Teller was genuine about this. And I also at the time wanted to see if there was a way we could all be together. But I had concerns about the Tesla path.
And tell the jury about your concerns regarding the Tesla acquisition of OpenAI idea.
Tesla is a car company, and it does not have the mission of OpenAI. And I don't think we would have had the ability to ensure that the mission was acted on. My recollection is that part of the reason that Elon offered me the board seat was to somewhat assuage those concerns and say you can have a voice in governance. But, fundamentally, I think Tesla needs to serve its customers and sell cars.
And ultimately, were you or the other co-founders prepared to cause OpenAI to be absorbed by Tesla?
We were not.
And just the headline reasons for why not. The headline reasons for why not. Thank you.
I don't think it would have served the mission. I don't think it would have maximized the chances of AGI benefiting humanity broadly. And I think it would have effectively, or maybe destroyed the nonprofit in the process.
You noted, Mr. Altman, that Mr. Musk suspended his quarterly donations sometime in the second half of 2017. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So where did that leave OpenAI from a financial perspective?
In a very tough position. We were kind of running the org on a shoestring, and we had salary obligations and compute payments. We had an extremely short runway of cash.
Did you and the remaining founders set a fundraising goal for 2018?
I believe it was $100 million.
Did Mr. Musk commit any funding towards that $100 million goal in 2018?
I don't believe so.
Did OpenAI meet its fundraising goal in 2018?
Unfortunately not. I think we were able to raise about half of the fundraising goal, still with extraordinary effort, but it was hard.
I'd like to ask you to take a quick look at DX 1305, which is stipulated for admission. What, if you would just describe for the jury what this document shows?
This is a chart showing the various funders of OpenAI and their contributions by year.
Thank you. And now let me ask you to swap this document with 1306, also stipulated. What's going on in this page, Mr. Altman?
Looks like a different view of the same data. These are the donors and their contributions by year.
donors to OpenAI?
Yes.
Okay. And you see the exhibit reflects $5 million contributed in each of 2017 and 2018 from Aphorism Foundation?
Yes.
What's Aphorism Foundation?
Reid Hoffman's foundation.
Who's Reid Hoffman?
The founder of LinkedIn.
How did it come to pass that Mr. Hoffman made these donations to OpenAI?
I solicited him for them.
And you see there are some donations from $10 million and $20 million from something called Good Ventures Foundation. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is Good Ventures Foundation?
The foundation of Dustin Moskovitz and Carrie Tuna.
And
Dustin Moskovitz and Carrie Tuna.
And who are they, Mr. Altman?
Dustin is one of the co-founders of Facebook and Asana, and Carrie has been married to him and has run their foundation.
Thank you. And how did it come to be that Good Ventures Foundation donated to OpenAI?
I solicited them.
And you see that there's a $20 million, a little more than $20 million donation from Gabe Newell in 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Who's Gabe Newell?
The founder of Valve.
And how did it come to be that Mr. Newell made this donation to OpenAI?
I believe with Gabe, Greg Brockman mostly solicited him, but I talked to him at least a little bit.
And the final contribution I'd like to focus on here is the $30 million contribution from Silicon Valley Community Foundation. Do you see that, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
What's that?
This is a foundation that, but the money here originally came from Jed McCaleb.
Who's Jed McCaleb?
The founder of Ripple and other cryptocurrency projects.
And how did it come to be that Jed McCaleb and his foundation were contributing to OpenAI?
Greg and I both solicited him.
Could you and the team have raised more money, do you think?
We tried very hard. We worked very hard on soliciting this. We met with many people, most of whom chose not to donate. I never would say you couldn't do any better, but we did work quite hard at this.
Let's take a look at DDX8, please. What's shown on this page, Mr. Altman?
It looks like a stacked bar chart showing Elon's contributions at the bottom over this 2015 to 2020 time period, and everybody else's at the top.
And remind us, when was Mr. Musk's final donation?
I believe 2020.
Have any donors other than Mr. Musk ever sued you or OpenAI?
No.
Have any donors other than Mr. Musk ever claimed that OpenAI has deviated from its mission?
No.
So Mr. Musk resigned from the OpenAI board in February 2018, you said, right?
Yes.
What did you understand from Mr. Musk to be the reason that he resigned?
Two. One is he really had lost confidence in the org and did not believe we were going to be successful, nor that we were going to have resources to matter. And he didn't want to be associated with something that he couldn't control and wasn't going to succeed. And the second, and related, he wanted to start a new AI effort at Tesla and didn't want to be conflicted on that.
Let's take a look at DX770, please. It's a document that's also stipulated for admission. This is, well, what is this document? You tell me.
Give me just a second. This is a blog post that we put out with a new set of donors, some of them that we talked about on just a couple of minutes ago, and also announcing that Elon was going to depart the board, but still donate and advise.
Did you share this blog post with Mr. Musk before it went live?
I assume we did.
And please take a look at the second paragraph on the first page. Can you read the first two sentences beginning additionally?
Additionally, Elon Musk will depart the OpenAI board, but will continue to donate and advise the organization. As Tesla continues to become more focused on AI, this will eliminate a potential future conflict for Elon.
Now, from your perspective at OpenAI, what did Mr. Musk's pursuit of AI at Tesla, in what sense did his pursuit of AI at Tesla create a conflict? In what sense did Mr. Musk's pursuit of AI at Tesla create a conflict?
Well, he wanted to be able to recruit people from OpenAI, and also because he was going to pursue similar ideas and research, clearly having, direct insight to all the information and IP of OpenAI could pose a conflict to a second AGI effort.
Did Mr. Musk thereafter seek to recruit talent from OpenAI?
He did.
And what was the reaction to that, again, from your perspective at OpenAI?
I was annoyed.
Did Mr. Musk's departure from OpenAI affect morale?
Yes, up and down.
So describe the ups and downs.
Well, there were questions about what this was going to mean for our funding and what would happen with Mr. Musk's competitive effort. There also, Mr. Musk is like a well-known figure and known to be fairly mercurial, and people wondered if he was going to try to take a vengeance out on us or something. On the other hand, I don't think Mr. Musk understood how to run a good research lab. He had demotivated some of our most key researchers. He had at one point required Greg and Ilya to make a list of the researchers and list out their accomplishments and sort of stack rank them and kind of take a chainsaw through a bunch. And that did huge damage for a long time to the culture of the organization. I think that management technique may work in kind of some engineering and manufacturing things, but for a research lab where people need sort of psychological safety and long periods of time to pursue an idea, this idea that you constantly have to show your results, and if they're not good enough on a short period, you're going to get fired, that really didn't work for the kind of research we went on to successfully do. So there was a morale boost in some ways, and people were like, oh, we're not going to have this we're not going to have to work this way anymore. So yeah, I'd say mixed.
What was Shivon Zilis' role at OpenAI after Mr. Musk's resignation?
She was an advisor and then a board member.
And do you recall when she joined the board, Mr. Altman?
I think around 2020.
And what did you understand to be Mr. Musk's relationship with Ms. Zilis?
Maybe it was 2019, something like that.
Yeah. Well, what is your understanding of Ms. Zilis' relationship with Mr. Musk when she joined the board in 2019 or 2020?
At the time, I believe they just had a professional relationship and that she was sort of his close advisor.
And did there come a time when you learned that Mr. Musk and Ms. Zilis had children together?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, I learned that Ms. Zilis had children in 2021, and then I learned in 2022 that Mr. Musk was the father.
And after you learned that, what was your view about whether Ms. Zilis should remain on the OpenAI board?
Well, it was a close call for me personally, because she had sort of told us that Mr. Musk was playing a more involved role than originally intended and that they were spending more time together. But I think very highly of Ms. Zilis, and I valued her counsel. I also, part of the reason we had her in this role was to keep things smoother with Elon, and she represented to me at the time they didn't have a personal relationship beyond this, and I trusted her on that. And Mr. Musk had not yet started a competitor, so it was close, but I thought it was on net better for her to remain on the board. The board also had a discussion, and it was also close for the board as a whole, but decided she could stay.
Did there come a point when your views about the situation with Ms. Zilis' board service changed?
Yes.
When was that?
When we came to understand that Mr. Musk was starting a direct competitor and that, Ms. Zilis was still working full time for Mr. Musk, that felt like an untenable conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. So I want to go back to the first part of 2018 when Mr. Musk left the board of OpenAI. Did OpenAI create a for-profit subsidiary in 2018?
Yes.
How was the OpenAI for-profit that was created in 2018 structured?
It was structured as a subsidiary LLC. We called it a capped profit entity.
Did you discuss the for-profit entity with Mr. Musk or his colleagues before it was created?
Yes, extensively.
Let's have a look at DX808, please. these are text messages, Mr. Altman, between you and Ms. Zilis dated April 2018. So we're now a few months after Mr. Musk has left the board. Directing you to Ms. Zilis' second message at 9:41, you see that she writes, "Thank you for coming to HQ," with an exclamation point.
Yes.
Do you recall what she was talking about?
I had recently gone to Tesla headquarters to discuss with Elon and her, and maybe some others too, about our plans for creating this entity.
And you see that Ms. Zilis writes at 9:40 p.m., and I'm quoting now, "Happiest, most calm meeting by far. Only thing is, I want him to wrap his head around the investment thing so it won't irk him later." Do you see that?
Yes.
What did you understand her to mean by that?
This was an unusually good meeting. Mr. Musk had been quite worried about our ability to get sufficient financing and to come up with some structure that would let us remain competitive. He had also been quite negative on our research progress. And around this time, we finally had some really great research progress. And also, we had a plan that Mr. Musk thought made sense to raise much more capital to help us continue to pursue the mission. And so unlike a lot of other meetings with Mr. Musk, this was like a good vibes meeting. He was excited about the progress in the company. He was excited about the plans for the fundraise. And then, this was it was a pretty late night meeting. And then there was long conversation about him showing us memes on his phone. It was just him showing us memes on his phone. So that was the happiest and calm part.
So looking ahead a few months, I think you heard Ms. Zilis testify about a meeting you had with her and Mr. Musk at Tesla's facility on Deer Creek Road. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall that meeting?
I do.
Do you recall when it was?
Sometime over the summer
of 2018. Thank you. And let's take a look at DDX9. What is this a picture of?
That's the other Tesla office, the Deer Creek office.
And is this where that August meeting took place?
I don't remember if it was August, but this is where that summer meeting she talked about took place.
Thank you. So tell us about that meeting, Mr. Altman.
So in the earlier meeting, we were talking about the structure. We had retained lawyers and we had been working through it, but it was still fairly high level. And now things were getting much more close to final.
Your abject lack of foundation.
So Lacy Foundation.
So you had the meeting at Tesla, the Tesla facility at 3500 Deer Creek Road, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
And who was at the meeting?
Certainly Elon and me and Shivon. There may have been others present too, possibly Mr. Teller.
What was the subject of the meeting?
To review the term sheet and the deal we were getting closer to.
And did you have a copy of the term sheet with you?
Yes.
Okay. So if you would describe for the jury what you recall about the meeting.
We talked about the structure in
Form.
Oh,
we talked about the structure about who we would try to get to invest, who could really do this at the scale that we were talking about. I recall Mr. Musk again pushing on the need for lots of capital very quickly. And we talked about why we thought this was a structure that really could scale with capital and that still preserved important role for the nonprofit. Mr. Musk had some feedback on particular terms that I don't remember in detail, but I'd say generally very positive meeting again.
And did you look through the term sheet with him during this meeting?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly which things we went through in detail, but it's a short document.
And overall, what was his reaction, Mr. Altman?
Again, it remained positive. He thought we really needed to do something like this. He was very focused on getting to much more capital quickly.
So let's take a look at DX 827, please. This is in evidence. It's an email dated August 31st, 2018 from you to Mr. Musk. Do you see that?
Yes.
It also involves Mr. Teller and Ms. Zilis, and the subject line is OpenAI term sheet.
Yes.
And this is your covering email to Mr. Musk?
Yes.
Mr. Altman, I should say. And let me take a look at the attachment, please. We've seen this document before, but broadly speaking, if you could just tell the jury what information is reflected in this document.
This is the term sheet that we used to structure our for-profit entity, and that lays out what the nonprofit will get, the anticipated capital we'll raise from other partners as part of the structure, and how it would work. It would raise from other partners, and how it would work.
And was this essentially the same document you had reviewed with Mr. Musk a few days earlier?
Substantively the same. I'm sure a few small things changed, but we said at that meeting that we'd follow up with a email copy.
And I'd like you to direct you to the funding revenue section beginning on page 2. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
You see it talks about the contribution of assets under initial capitalization?
Yes.
What's that talking about, Mr. Altman?
The nonprofit contributed its IP for its equity ownership in the for-profit.
And what did the nonprofit receive in exchange for its contribution?
So the for-profit got the current IP that the nonprofit had developed, and the nonprofit got this economic interest.
Was the value of the economic interest reviewed by any external advisors?
Yes, we hired a firm to do evaluation.
Let's take a look at DX 876, please. This is a report titled Valuation of Selected Assets for the Purpose of Transferring Those Assets of a For-Profit Entity, prepared by Hemming Morse LLP. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's Hemming Morse?
They're a firm that we hired to value these assets. It was, it's hard to go back to 2019 because things look so good now. But at the time, we had no revenue, no product. It was not clear that this technology was going to be so valuable. You had people respected people like Elon saying there was a 0% chance of success, but many other people thought that too. And you couldn't value this in the there were not traditional financial metrics to value this. It was IP that a lot of people were saying, was not a dead end and worthless. In fact, I remember when we were talking to Hemming Morse, we had to encourage them to be.
Yeah, objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the valuation that Hemming Morse put on the contributed assets?
I believe it was $60 million.
Yeah. And did you have any reason? I think you'd said that the company had no revenue and no products. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you have any basis to predict that the enterprise would prove to be very valuable?
No, I don't think any of us could have predicted what happened.
And
we were hopeful, of course, but didn't look like this at the time.
And what was your understanding of Mr. Musk's assessment of OpenAI's chances of success at this time?
Well, the thing that just sort of burned into my memory is when he told us we had a 0%, not 1% chance of success.
Okay. Let's now return to DX 827. This is the term sheet we were looking at just a minute ago, Mr. Altman. Looking at point 1 here, you see where it says specifically the fundraising rounds will be as follows. Initial raise, $500 million, 100x target redemption. Do you see that?
Yes.
How does the provision of the term sheet align with what actually happened?
The 100x target redemption held correct. We were able to get that. But the initial raise, we only raised about $200 million, including the nonprofit contribution. Part of, though, is that we thought we'd be able to raise more later at better terms.
And let's look at point 3 from the same portion of the term sheet. You see here it says second raise, $10 billion plus 15 times target redemption.
Yes.
And how does this compare to what actually happened?
Here we did a little better. this ended up coming in 3 chunks, a $1 billion, a $2 billion, and then a $10 billion investment from Microsoft for 13 in total. And the terms on that first billion were a 20x potential cap. And on the second 2 investments, the 2 and the 10, were a 6x potential cap. And so the blended average was much better than the 15x target.
And you emailed this document to Mr. Musk on August 31st, 2018. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know how the investment terms were ultimately set with the investors?
It was really just a negotiation. Again, we didn't have revenue. You couldn't build a model. So this was like, I would say, how about this? Investors would say, how about that? We would try to like find a price where it cleared. But, you know, investors wanted the highest number, the company wanted the lowest, and just kind of negotiate until the market clears.
During these discussions, were you trying to get the most favorable terms possible?
For OpenAI?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And has OpenAI paid out any profits to investors to date, even as of today?
No.
Has OpenAI paid out any profits to investors to date, even today?
No.
OpenAI has generated revenue?
We have, but far less than our expenses, and we were reinvesting everything into research and making more products and technology.
Looking again at DX827, there's a box that appears in gray at the top of this page. Do you see that, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
And it says important warning. You with me?
Yes.
So what's going on here in this box at the top?
We were trying to make it clear to investors that although we had this new idea about raising money and we were asking them to commit a lot of capital and we were going to try our best to eventually make them a great return, it was highly uncertain and extremely risky as an investment. And that we weren't sure how much capital we were going to need. We were likely going to need to reinvest heavily into research and development. We have a duty to our mission and principles that take precedence over financial obligations, and principles that take precedence over any obligation to generate a profit. And it is unusual to have such a mission-driven company and a nonprofit in control. And I didn't know where things were going to go, how we were going to do as a potential business, or what safety requirements we would face that might conflict with profits. And I wanted to be very clear about what we were going to put first. By the way, can I say one more thing? The number of investors that this scared off, and when we were like talking about this,
Sustained.
Okay.
No, and you were saying that you had a further observation in respect of the box here. Continue, please.
This
Object to the form of the question.
Oh,
This purple box was off-putting to many investors who otherwise would have been, in my opinion, happy to give us capital. But it was really important to me and to the team that we have mission-aligned investors that understood that we really meant it about AGI, that safety and the mission were going to come first, and that we were heading into potentially uncharted waters. And so there were probably more investors we could have gotten, certainly more investors we probably could have gotten better terms, but it was really important to us to make sure people understood this.
Did you offer Mr. Musk the opportunity to participate as an investor in the for-profit?
We did.
What did he do?
He said no, because he was no longer going to invest in any startups he didn't control.
Did Mr. Musk raise objections to the plan for the for-profit?
No, quite the opposite.
Did the OpenAI board unanimously approve the new for-profit?
Yes.
When did that happen?
It's sometime in 2018.
Was the board vote unanimous in favor of it?
Yes.
Who controlled OpenAI's for-profit entity under the structure that was put in place in 2018?
The nonprofit.
I'm showing you now DX853, which is in evidence. We're now a few months later, December 2018, Mr. Altman. On this email chain is you, Mr. Musk, Mr. Brockman, Dr. Sutskever, Ms. Zilis.
Yes.
Directing you to the bottom email, Mr. Musk writes at 8:07/2007, I'm quoting now, my probability assessment of OpenAI being relevant to DeepMind Google without a dramatic change in execution and resources is 0%, not 1%. I wish it were otherwise. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Did you agree with that assessment?
I did not.
And the next paragraph, Mr. Musk writes, even raising several hundred million won't be enough. This needs billions per year immediately or forget it. What was your reaction to this message?
I actually agreed with Elon that we needed more money faster. I would have loved to have gotten the 10 billion as the first round. And Mr. Musk was continuing to push that at this time in 2018 that was what we needed to be able to spend billions per year. But I had told him, and I think I was accurate, that given our current progress, I knew of no way to go get that capital into the company. And so, although of course I thought we needed to quickly ramp to billions per year, I saw no way to do it immediately. And I thought we needed to put one foot in front of the other, figure out how to raise first the billion, and then as quickly as we could, I agreed with him on this, raise the 10 and beyond.
You respond to Mr. Musk a little bit later in this chain, asking to meet in the first week of January. We're in late December, and you write, speaking for myself, I believe we have a good plan, a credible path to get sufficient capital, but are not executing nearly fast enough. You see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Musk replies to you saying, he replies a little later, and he writes, OpenAI is not a serious counterweight to DeepMind Google and will only get further behind. It is surprising that this isn't obvious to you. Do you see that?
Yes.
You can take that down. When did OpenAI publicly announce the creation of its for-profit entity?
I don't remember the exact month, but sometime in the earliest part of 2019, I believe.
Did the OpenAI team share draft launch communication? I'm sorry. Did the OpenAI team share draft launch communications with Mr. Musk?
Yes.
Do you recall if you offered a response?
If I offered a response?
If he offered a response when he was shown the launch materials.
I think he wanted to make sure we were clear he was not going to be involved in the new entity, but also wanted to be generally supportive, and he seemed to think it was good overall.
Looking now at DX 864, which was stipulated for admission, I'm showing you now a series of text messages between you and Ms. Zilis. This is from March 11th, 2019, here again a few months on. I'm directing you to your first text message. You write, E, all good. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
What are you talking about here?
E would refer to Elon, and I believe this is about the launch communications and announcement for the new entity.
Thank you. Okay, did Microsoft become an investor in the for-profit entity, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
Do you recall when that happened?
I believe it was July of 2019, could have been June.
What were the terms of Microsoft's 2019 investment in OpenAI?
They invested $1 billion at a 20x potential cap.
And how did that 2019 deal with Microsoft affect OpenAI's development?
This was quite transformative. This and also the big computer that Microsoft built for us to train on. This is really what allowed us to push our research to the next level and create the model family that we became known for.
Did you tell Mr. Musk about Microsoft's $1 billion investment before it was announced?
Yes.
Let's look at DX 861, text exchange between you and Ms. Zilis from March 2019. Mr. Altman, let me ask you to read the last three messages in this chain.
By the way, at this point, I am planning to tell him about the potential Microsoft investment. It's getting serious. And then Shivon says, well, very cool. I just gave him a heads up and asked if he prefers email or call. To start, hopefully it's easy. Cross fingers emoji.
And what did you understand? Who do you understand the him to have been in Shivon Zilis' text message to you?
Mr. Musk.
Now, did Microsoft acquire a GPT-3 license after this deal was made in 2019?
After this deal, yes.
And how did that license affect OpenAI's ability to use GPT-3?
No impact at all. We remained free to use it however we wanted to.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay, you may be seated. Mr. Sabat, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Altman, why do you think Mr. Musk was supportive of OpenAI raising capital even after he left the board?
Objection.
Oh,
I believe he wanted us to stop Google from making such rapid progress. I think in one of the earlier emails we looked at something that said something like, unfortunately, humanity's future is in the hand of Demis, and there were things about holding a candle to Google. And Ron used to describe multiple times to me that Elon would have this thing that she would call front runner-itis.
Object. That's the
Sustained.
form of the question.
sustained. There's nothing pending.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's take a look at PX 105. It's documents in evidence. And returning now to the fall of 2020, where we were, Mr. Altman, before we took a break. These are text messages between you and Mr. Musk dated October 1st, 2020. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in your first message to Mr. Musk, you wrote, "We gave MSFT," that's Microsoft, right?
Yes.
A copy of GPT-3 to use in their own products, but we will get to retain autonomy to release our work ourselves. That is, we can and will continue to provide API access to the most powerful language model in existence to everyone. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why'd you send this message to Mr. Musk?
As I mentioned, I had been annoyed about his tweet, and I thought it was damaging to the company and our mission. And I had gotten some advice from Shivon about how to hopefully engage with him in a way where he wouldn't bash us on Twitter as much. Bash us on Twitter.
And was what you wrote true at the time, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
And is it true today?
Yes.
Does Microsoft have any exclusive rights to OpenAI's technology today?
Not today.
Microsoft made a second investment in 2021, did it?
Yes.
What were the terms of that investment?
They invested $2 billion at a 6x potential cap.
Why did OpenAI enter into that second investment arrangement with Microsoft?
Well, we were hoping to raise $10 billion at the time of that second investment, but 2 was all that they were then prepared to invest. But we needed more capital to build larger computers to keep producing better AI quickly.
And when was that 2021 arrangement with Microsoft finalized?
I don't recall exactly, but I think early in the year.
Early in 2021?
I believe so.
Did you communicate with Mr. Musk in advance of Microsoft's 2021 investment?
Yes.
Let's look at DX 925, which is in evidence. This is a text message exchange between you and between you and Ms. Zilis, dated October 19th, so that's the next day, right?
Yes.
What are you and Ms. Zilis discussing here?
She's recommending to me to ping him, then, as long as it's not being adversarial.
And can you read Ms. Zilis's text messages from 12:02 a.m.?
Low probability, but the only thing I wonder is if your polling should have gone with Tesla card on you. So maybe just think through how you'd want to productively answer that one if it comes up.
What did you understand Ms. Zilis to mean by the "you should have gone with Tesla" card?
Mr. Musk had expressed earlier a strong belief that if we were going to somehow benefit from the resources of a larger company, we should have merged or folded into Tesla. And remember, at this time, we're still talking about the hopes that the Microsoft investment would have been much larger, the kind of level of support that he did think we would need, but had thought we should get by being part of Tesla. And he had strong positive feelings about Tesla and some negative feelings about Microsoft. And I think Shivon was just warning me that I should think about how to answer that if he brought it up.
Looking now at DX 927, Mr. Altman, a document in evidence. These are text messages between you and Mr. Musk from a few days later, October 28th, 2020. You see that?
Yes.
And you write to Mr. Musk, I would love to get some advice from you on the next Microsoft investment we are thinking of if you have time in the next week or so. You see that?
Yes.
And he responds, okay, I can probably talk tomorrow the next day. Did you speak with Mr. Musk?
We did speak.
What was discussed?
He was still very focused on how we could get much more capital quickly. I recall he had some concerns about Microsoft, but wanted to just know what it was going to take for us to build out and afford much more compute.
Did Mr. Musk express the view that you shouldn't proceed with the Microsoft 2021 investment?
Not that I recall.
You shouldn't proceed with the 2021 Microsoft investment. Thank you.
Not that I recall.
I'm looking now at DX 928, also stipulated. This is a text exchange between you and Ms. Zilis from November 12th, 2020, so a little bit farther on. In your first message to Ms. Zilis, you write, I think I had a good call with Elon last night. Did you get any feedback? Do you see that, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
So do you recall what this call with Mr. Musk was about?
I believe this was about the same Microsoft investment.
And Ms. Zilis responds, we just discussed it. Not a ton to write home about other than a generally positive sentiment, but I think worth tagging up tomorrow and what he did share. Do you see that?
Yes.
And how did you interpret Ms. Zilis's message to you?
Basically, as it stands, that he had a generally positive sentiment on the investment, and often after a call with Elon, Shivon would ask me to provide, a color and a readout.
Now, after this 2021 investment, was there a subsequent Microsoft investment?
There was.
When was that?
2023.
And what were the terms, Mr. Altman, of that investment?
$10 billion at the same 6x.
Why did OpenAI need $10 billion?
To stay on this exponential of more computing power to create better and more useful systems, and also to have the compute to deliver them to users.
Could OpenAI have raised the $10 billion from donations?
No.
Did $10 billion turn out to be enough?
No, not even close. We've since raised, I think, a $41 billion round and then a $122 billion round.
And all told, how much has OpenAI raised from private investment?
Approximately $175 billion.
Did the OpenAI board approve the 2023 Microsoft investment?
Yes.
Was the board vote unanimous?
Yes.
Did you discuss the 2023 Microsoft investment with Mr. Musk?
Not directly. I don't think so.
Why didn't you discuss it with Mr. Musk?
Well, at that time, we were aware he was working to start a competitor, and I think it would have been inappropriate.
So what was happening with OpenAI's business in early 2023, Mr. Altman?
That was sort of the beginning of the inflection. We had launched ChatGPT at the end of 2022. It was sort of really taken off. It had become clear to us that two things had become clear to us. One, we were going to need a lot more compute to serve all the people that wanted to use ChatGPT and presumably with future products. Two, I guess three things. Two, that we would need a way to pay for that compute, not just the research compute, but now the compute to actually deliver our models. And three, that this thing we had been learning in the previous years of if you put more compute and resources into a model that is more capable and more useful was extremely true and needed to continue to ramp to deliver better models.
And at this time, do you know what had happened to Mr. Musk's efforts to build up AGI at Tesla?
Not specifically, but it didn't seem to be a major thing.
And we talked earlier about around this time, Ms. Zilis resigned from the OpenAI board. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What happened in the aftermath of Ms. Zilis's resignation?
Shortly after, Mr. Musk announced XAI, his new competitor.
And did XAI begin to come into conflict with OpenAI after that? Conflict with OpenAI?
Yes.
To describe how that happened.
A lot of efforts to recruit our employees, a lot of negative tactics, I would describe, from Mr. Musk towards us. A business interference.
Your Honor, I object based on the pretrial rulings.
I think that's enough. We need anything else? I would move on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall any threats of litigation from XAI or Mr. Musk?
Same objection, Your Honor.
You can answer that one question.
Yes, I started to hear rumblings and met with Mr. Musk about it.
Thank you. Let's now turn to the events of November 2023, Mr. Altman, about which we've talked a bit.
Your Honor, I move to strike that answer because the answers are hearsay.
Well,
The question is different. They didn't necessarily call for it, but the response was hearsay.
that's true. It is. All right, it's stricken. Next question.
So I was asking you about November 2023, Mr. Altman. Did you at some point learn that you had been removed as a director of, and as CEO of OpenAI?
I did.
How did you learn that you were being removed?
On a Google Meet with the remaining members of the OpenAI board.
And who were the remaining members of the board, sir?
Adam D'Angelo, Billy Stutzkever, Helen Toner, and Tasha McCauley.
And what happened on this? Google Meet's a video format like Zoom. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Google Meet's it's like Zoom, it's a video conferencing format?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened on this Google Meet?
The board told me they had decided to fire me as CEO and had previously removed Greg Brockman from the board, and were going to announce it to the world very shortly after.
Did the board explain to you the reasons for your removal?
No, I asked several times. All they would say is, we're not going to get into it. And the statement's going to say you weren't consistently candid with the board.
How did you react to the news on this Google Meet?
Completely caught off guard, quite shocked. I also told the board that no matter what they had decided, I thought a plan to just immediately announce this via a blog post was going to throw the company into chaos and kind of put everything at risk. And, although I kept asking about why they made the decision, I said, if this is the decision, this is a terrible way to execute it.
How did the board respond to that reaction?
There was a moment of I remember some of them board members looking like, maybe this is going to be not the best way to go about it. But they said it's too late. The plan is already in motion. This is happening in 10 minutes or something.
And how long was the video call all in?
Maybe 10, 20 minutes. It was not long.
And what did you say at the end of the call?
I said, again, I still really want to understand this, and I don't think this is the right way to go about it, but how can I help? I think you're about to cause chaos for a thing that I love very much. So I offered any assistance I could give.
And at a high level, Mr. Altman, knowing that there's a lot to cover and wanting you to be summary in it, but could you describe what happened over the ensuing days?
There's a lot to cover. I was in this fog of war. I didn't know what was going on. I spoke with many people right away. The board announced this. The executive team of the company met with the board. They also couldn't get any satisfactory answers. Other people, including Mr. Brockman, started quitting OpenAI. I flew back to California. I went to Mr. Brockman's house. We talked about what we're going to do next. We really wanted to see if there was a way to stabilize OpenAI, but we assumed there probably wasn't. And we wanted to continue to work on the mission. If not, we started thinking about ways that could work and what could happen. I spoke with some board members very briefly that night. Things were...
Your Honor, I object at this point.
Yeah, it's a narrative at this point. Go ahead.
Okay. So, and then when did you start speaking to the board members you were just talking about?
Brief call on that Friday night, and then the next morning, Saturday, I had a call with Adam D'Angelo and Tasha McCauley about if I'd be willing to come back as CEO.
And what happened in those discussions?
Initially, I was unwilling to. I was very upset, and I still didn't have answers. And then I thought about it a little more, and I realized I thought that OpenAI was just going to be destroyed, and I cared a lot about the mission and the people. And so although I was still very angry and thinking I'd have to clean up a mess I didn't make, I said I was willing to come back, but I had some conditions.
And so what happened next?
Well, I said if I came back, it would have to be a different board that I could trust to be stable and not catch me off guard and work with me. They said they understood that. They said they wanted to do it. And they said, yeah, we'd like you to come back, and we understand it would need to be a different board, but we want to work with you on who.
Objection to the narrative you're.
Finish that sentence.
They said we want to work with you on who that board would be, and we began a process of negotiation.
And describe at a high level that process, Mr. Altman.
Initially, I wanted none of the previous board members to stay on the board. I eventually then said I would agree that one of them could. And it was their choice about whether to do this or not. I was just saying, like, this was a crazy thing. if I'm going to come back and try to clean this up, I need to trust that there will be, a stable, reasonable board I can work with. And this has clearly been a breakdown in trust. Then all weekend.
That's an next question.
And how did all this resolve, Mr. Altman?
All weekend, I was being led to believe by the board that I was going to come back and we're going to have a new board. And then, to my surprise, Sunday evening, they announced that they were going to replace Mira as interim CEO with Mira Murati. She was the interim CEO at the time. They terminated her and replaced her with Emmett Shear, another interim CEO.
And in summary, how did all this then resolve?
Well, then I assumed it was done, and now I was like extremely angry. I felt extremely misled. So I was just like, enough is enough. I'm going to go work on a pure AGI research effort. And I had asked Satya earlier if I could have a place at Microsoft. He offered me a great subjection.
What's the objection?
Again, the narrative and hearsay.
It's not much of a narrative. And there's no surprises here. So, okay, let's get another question.
What happened next?
Then,
in summary,
I'll be very brief. Then I assumed it was done. I tweeted that I was going to join Microsoft. I went to bed. I was woken up in the middle of the night saying that all these employees, like 95% of employees, had signed a letter saying they wanted the board to resign and me to come back. And Ilya had posted on Twitter saying that he regretted his involvement and also wanted this to happen. He posted on Twitter something like he had regretted his involvement and also wanted this to happen.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's enough. All right, next question.
Did you ultimately determine to return to OpenAI?
Yes.
And in brief, what were the terms of the resolution that permitted you to do that?
We agreed that we would have a new board of Brett Taylor, Larry Summers, Adam D'Angelo, that I would return as CEO, and that we would run a review process of the events that had led up to this, including the board's actions.
And why did you decide to return to OpenAI, given that they had just fired you?
I had poured the last years of my life into this. I was watching it about to be destroyed. There was something appealing about going to work at Microsoft with Greg on a pure AI research effort. And I was also very angry and hurt and upset. This was just, it felt like an incredible betrayal and very painful, very public, crazy few days. And I'm sure I could have made a ton of money and had a much easier life at Microsoft. But I cared about the mission and the people and we had built. And I thought that this was the last time ever that such a structure for any AGI lab would be possible. And that if, there had been multiple efforts to kill the OpenAI nonprofit, and it was kind of amazing. We had gotten through all of them and we had come too far. And it was definitely one of the hardest times in my life to go back, but I wanted to do it for the people, the mission,
You've heard testimony, Mr. Altman, that you were not being consistently candid with the board of directors of OpenAI. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What do you say to that testimony?
Clearly, there were misunderstandings and a breakdown of trust. I was not trying to deceive the board. I was not trying to make it so that the board couldn't do their job. And I was certainly never trying to do anything other than make sure that we built safe AI and distributed the benefits to humanity. I feel badly for the misunderstandings. I've heard after the event some of them, but that was never my intent.
Do you have a financial interest in OpenAI, Mr. Altman?
I have no direct interest. I have a small indirect interest via a Y Combinator fund that invested in OpenAI.
Were you responsible for making that investment?
No.
What is the OpenAI Startup Fund?
That was a vehicle that we raised capital from external limited partners early on in OpenAI when we were trying to stimulate demand from companies to buy our API.
Was the Startup Fund an affiliate of OpenAI?
No.
Did you have an interest in the Startup Fund?
I never received any money from it. I temporarily held the GP position because as the only person on the executive team without OpenAI equity, if anybody else had that, if any OpenAI employee had that, it would have caused adverse tax consequences. So I was like a trusted person at the company that wouldn't have triggered this tax consequence.
Did you ever profit financially from your interest in the Startup Fund?
Never at all.
Do you today have an interest in the Startup Fund?
No.
Has OpenAI ever entered into strategic commercial transactions with companies in which you have an interest, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
How have you managed your potential conflicts?
I have a lot of experience from my previous life as a startup investor with how this works. I watched many companies interact where directors or officers had an interest in multiple companies. Corporations have good policies. There's good laws. There's good practice around recusals, and we have always handled those, and I've always been recused from such situations. And the boards of the relevant companies have decided.
Thank you. We talked a bit earlier about the OpenAI Foundation. What work does the OpenAI Foundation do, Mr. Altman?
Brett mentioned this earlier this morning in his testimony, but one of the things that I'm most excited about is work to fund research to cure and treat diseases. Alzheimer's is a great example of a complex disease that has been thus far outside the reach of human potential to really cure. I am hopeful that with capital and with this new technology, we will see that and a lot of other diseases get significantly treated or prevented. And then another area that's quite important to me that Brett also mentioned is this idea of AI resilience. So helping society get ready for the economic transition ahead of us, stay safe and well protected as these models develop new levels of cybersecurity and biological capabilities, protected as these models develop levels of cybersecurity and biological capabilities, but more broadly to just ensure that the future is really good and that these benefits are broadly distributed.
What does it mean, or how the foundation is supposed to operate, that it's a nonprofit?
That it is free to grant its resources, which includes not just the $200+ billion, but also a license to all of our technology that OpenAI develops for the benefit of the society as a whole.
Is OpenAI structure unique to your understanding, Mr. Altman?
To my understanding, yes.
In what way?
I don't believe that any other frontier AGI effort is largely owned by a nonprofit or has a nonprofit with governance control.
Would you describe how you think OpenAI is advancing its mission?
Our mission is to ensure that AGI benefits humanity, and there will be multiple ways that happens. One of the ways that I'm most excited about is putting this technology in the hands of people. A thing that we talked about very early on is how we want to democratize this. I think this will be one of the most powerful technologies humanity ever creates. Maybe it already is. And people need to be able to use it. So we deliver products for free that approximately 1 billion people use more over time. They help get healthcare advice, be more productive, find more information, lots of other things. I'll skip in the interest of time. I also think we're starting to see a next phase where AI is really meaningfully contributing to scientific discoveries. And I believe that AI discovering new science at a faster rate than people can on their own, curing diseases, discovering new materials, discovering new sources of clean energy, will be one of the greatest contributions we make.
Mr. Altman, we spent some time this morning reviewing the ups and downs and ups of OpenAI over the past decade. Would you say it's been an eventful 10-year?
I've heard other people say things like this.
Back to the form of the question.
If I knew how difficult and painful this was going to be, I never would have tried. I'm very grateful I didn't, because other than my family, this has been the most meaningful thing in my life I could imagine. So it has been crazy and exhausting and painful, but it has also been awesome and fulfilling. And we did something that I hope will reshape the world for the positive for a very long time to come. And I feel extremely grateful to have gotten to be a part of that.
We looked at an email from a long time ago now in which you said that you were still enthusiastic about the nonprofit structure. Do you remember that, Mr. Altman?
Yes.
Are you still enthusiastic about the nonprofit structure?
Extremely. I think it's wonderful that through the hard work of thousands of people and the financing efforts of the world, we have been able to create, again, I'm not sure if it's the largest or one of the largest nonprofits in the world, that we're going to use it to do support these areas that are so important and so aligned with our mission, and that it has this role to protect the technology and the impact on the world. And again, I like this whole, you can't steal a charity. Like we created through a ton of hard work this extremely large charity, and I agree you can't steal it. Mr. Musk did try to kill it, I guess twice.
I object,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Sorry.
Next question.
Move to strike.
The last statement.
Mr. Altman, I have no more questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross. You may proceed when ready.
Morning. The procedure. Morning, Mr. Altman.
Good morning.
We met, I think, first or second day of trial, just to the well here, Steve Morrow. Are you completely trustworthy?
I believe so.
But you don't know whether you're completely trustworthy?
I'll just amend my answer to yes.
Should the jury believe your testimony?
I think that's up to them, but I believe so.
You believe so, or they should?
Sir, I'm not going to tell the jury what to think.
Do you always tell the truth?
I believe I'm a truthful person.
That wasn't my question, sir. Do you always tell the truth?
I am sure there is some time in my life when I have not.
Do you tell lies to advance your business interests?
No.
Have you misled people with whom you do business?
I believe I am an honest and trustworthy business person.
Okay, that wasn't my question about what you believe. My question was, have you misled people with whom you do business?
I do not think so.
Would they think so?
I can't answer that for other people.
You've been repeatedly called deceptive and a liar by people with whom you've done business, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I have heard people say that.
Ilya Suskover, you've known since 2014, at least, right?
Yes.
And you did business with him for quite some time at OpenAI, correct?
Yes.
And in November of 2023, he told the OpenAI board that you were consistently exhibiting a pattern of lying, right?
I believe he did say that.
And he came to this court and testified to that under oath, right?
I did not hear his testimony.
Okay. You've been here several days, though, but you weren't here that day.
Correct.
Did you learn that he gave that testimony?
I have not had a chance to listen to his testimony yet.
Your lawyers didn't advise you. I withdraw that question. Mira Murati, you worked with Mira Murati for several years at OpenAI, right?
Yes.
She accused you of not being truthful and honest, right?
Don't want to speak to the exact words she used.
But the essence of it was that you were dishonest, correct?
If you can show me something that she said, I'm happy to respond to it.
Well, my time's kind of limited, but after court asked your lawyers to show her the transcript of what she testified to, she came to court here and via video.
Objection.
And said,
So let's hear the question.
Okay. She provided sworn testimony to the fact that you, through dishonesty, undermined her role at OpenAI. You agree with me?
I'm not familiar with that testimony.
Helen Toner, you knew her for more than 2 years while she served on OpenAI's board, right?
Yes.
She's accused you of lying about OpenAI's safety processes. You're aware of that?
Again, if there's testimony you want to point me to, I can.
You're not aware of it, even independent of the testimony, that Helen Toner accused you of lying about OpenAI's safety processes?
I'm aware that she accused me of, in her opinion, concealing information about OpenAI.
And she's accused you of lying about Tasha McCauley wanting her, Helen Toner, off the board. Is that right?
Again, if you can point me to something specific.
She testified under oath to that in this case. Are you aware of that?
I did not get to hear her testimony either.
Okay. How about Tasha McCauley? You worked with her for about 5 years while she was on OpenAI's board, and she accused you of creating a toxic culture of lying at OpenAI. You're aware of that, aren't you?
I don't think I've seen it quoted in those words, no.
Words to those effect, right?
Again, if you can point me to something specific, clearly there was a breakdown in trust between me and the board and a big difference of opinion.
That's not my question, sir. My question is that Tasha McCauley accused you of creating a toxic culture of lying at OpenAI. You're aware of that?
I'm not aware of it in those words.
You know, she's given testimony here in court, sworn testimony in your case, saying that.
That's the quote from her testimony?
Her testimony, toxic culture of lying. You're not aware of that?
I did not hear her testimony.
Is it important to you to find out what's going on in this trial?
Yes, although I also have a very busy day job and have not been able to be here every day. I certainly care about this trial.
Okay, do you care if people come here under oath and call you a liar?
Yes.
Okay, but not enough to make sure that if such testimony occurred, that it would be reported to you.
Objection.
Let me ask a different question. You've known Elon Musk since at least 2014, correct?
Yes.
You were co-founders of OpenAI, or at least you were founded it together. I'm not going to characterize it as co-founders, but you founded it at the same time. He's accused you about lying whether you were committed to and following OpenAI's mission, right? Nonprofit mission?
I don't know if he has accused me of lying or not being committed to that mission.
Did you read this lawsuit?
Many versions of it, sir.
Okay. I'm just talking about the version that we're here in court on today. You read the lawsuit.
Yes.
You don't know that Elon Musk is accusing you of lying about being committed to OpenAI's nonprofit mission.
My understanding is there are 2 counts remaining in this trial. One is around breach of charitable trust, and the other is about unjust enrichment. I'm not aware. Is your statement that the breach of charitable trust includes lying about being committed to OpenAI's mission?
Yes.
Well, I think I have truthfully always said I am, and I continue to be committed to OpenAI's mission.
You served on OpenAI board with Sue Yoon, is that right?
Yes.
She's accused you of having a lack of concern for the consequences of misleading others?
I have heard something to that effect. I don't know the exact words.
You're aware that, Daniela Amode, she's someone you worked with at OpenAI for a number of years?
Yes.
She's accused you of falsely stating that an OpenAI senior executive told you that she and her brother were, of falsely stating that an OpenAI senior executive told you that she and her brother were plotting
Probably not for hearsay purposes.
We're plotting a coup at OpenAI.
And the question is, what?
So I said she's accused you of that. Is that right?
I'm not familiar. I don't know if she's accused me of that or not.
Okay. Dario Amode, her brother, was a senior executive of OpenAI who you worked with for several years, right?
Yes.
And he accused you of misrepresenting the terms. This is 608B.
Oh,
Thank you. Dario Amode has accused you of misrepresenting the terms of the 2019 Microsoft investment to him. You're aware of that?
I remember that we talked about the terms at length. I don't know if he said I misrepresented them to him.
No. So what my question is, he's accused you of misrepresenting the terms of the 2019 Microsoft investment to him.
I'm not sure if that's true. Dario's accused me of many things.
He's accused you about lying about giving Microsoft rights to veto an OpenAI merger.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. It was important to him that OpenAI be able to merge with another company if the other company got farther ahead in the development of OpenAI, and he thought it was consistent with the mission. Is that right?
Objection. Hearsay.
Thanks.
Do you recall?
sustained as to that question, I'm going to remind the jury at this point that lawyers' questions are not evidence. Okay? They're not evidence. Go ahead. Next question.
Okay. You started a company called Looped at one point in time, right? Loopt. Okay. On two separate occasions, employees at Looped tried to have you thrown out as the CEO due to deceptive behavior. Is that right?
I do not believe that's accurate.
On one occasion, you falsely told OpenAI employees that you didn't know that OpenAI required them to sign agreements that allowed OpenAI to claw back their equity in OpenAI. Is that right?
That's incorrect.
You had signed documents that allowed those equity clawbacks to happen, correct?
I don't know if I ever signed any of those documents. I know that OpenAI had documents. I was unaware of them, and we changed them.
When you left Y Combinator, you told people that you were transitioning to be the chairman of YC. Is that right?
I believe that was what we agreed on at the time, yes.
Well, you initially published a blog post announcing that you would become the chairman, right?
Yes.
And that was not true, was it?
No, it was. We temporarily used that title.
You never served as the chairman of Y Combinator, did you?
Sir, I believe that was my title for the interim period.
But you're not sure.
It's 7 years ago, but I'm pretty sure.
So you're not sure, you're just pretty sure.
Pretty sure.
Okay. Copies of your biography containing misrepresentations about your status as the chairman of YC were filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission, weren't they?
I know there was a SEC filing that had some wrong biographical information that we later corrected, but I don't remember exactly what it was.
It was a false statement about you being the chairman of YC, wasn't it?
This was not a statement that I prepared. I can't remember exactly what it said.
Not my question.
I'm saying I don't know.
Now, you testified in 2023 before the United States Senate Judiciary Committee on May 16th of 2023. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you gave testimony where you stated quite clearly, quote, "I have no equity in OpenAI." You recall that?
I do.
And that statement was false.
My understanding of that term, as I think would be standard for someone who also is in a lot of venture funds, is that that would mean a direct equity grant that I had. I have never done anything but be clear that I've had the YC exposure.
Well, you didn't disclose to the United States Senate. Were you under oath, by the way, at that hearing?
Yes.
And you didn't disclose to the United States Senate that you had an interest in OpenAI through a share in Y Combinator fund, did you? OpenAI through a share in the Y Combinator fund, did you?
I didn't mention it in that testimony, but again, this is, I think, well understood as what it means to be a passive owner of many venture funds.
You thought that Senator Kennedy was a very sophisticated investor when he asked that question?
I didn't say that.
Okay. When your lawyer asked you about your ownership in OpenAI, you disclosed that today, right?
Yes.
Okay. You've been recently asked for information from a different Senate inquiry, is that right?
Is this the thing overnight about?
I saw something, yeah.
I haven't had a chance to review it in detail yet.
Are you going to notify the United States Senate that your testimony on May 16th of 2023 was not truthful when you said, "I have no equity in OpenAI"?
I don't agree with that characterization, but we will certainly reply to whatever information they want.
Okay. Absent that inquiry, would you write the United States Senate after today and say, "I was wrong when I said that I have no equity, that wasn't truthful"?
I still don't agree with your characterization.
I'll take that as a no. You've been called repeatedly, you've repeatedly been called dishonest in the media, right?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, there's a 2026 article by Ronan Farrow in New Yorker magazine. I'm not going to go into the article. I'm just going to mention what it says. You know,
What?
His testimony was, "I'm not sure what you mean," and I'm going to tell him what I mean.
And, well, let's hear the question.
Question is, you're aware of a relatively recent article in New Yorker magazine by the reporter Ronan Farrow, which is dozens of pages of long, and it basically calls you dishonest, right?
Article.
Okay. And you're aware of a 2025 book called The Optimist, which reports that you withheld OpenAI information from the OpenAI board.
Your Honor, backdoor hearsay.
Sustained.
Um,
Let's move on, Mr.
Okay.
Warren.
You created this OpenAI startup fund in 2020 to invest in AI delivery to companies. Is that right? Delivery.
No, well, my colleagues created the fund and worked on it.
Colleagues.
Brad Lightcap, Ian Hathaway primarily. Brad Lightcap and Ian Hathaway. But the purpose was not quite as you described. It was to invest in startups that we thought could become customers of OpenAI's API.
Okay. You didn't disclose that to the board at the time you were doing it, did you?
That we were doing a startup fund, we did.
To whom did you disclose it?
I mean, it was like a public thing. I assume we talked about it. I don't remember the exact meeting, but I assume we talked about it with the whole board.
Before you founded OpenAI, you mentioned, I'd asked you before about Looped.
Yes.
And that was initially funded by Y Combinator, which is this incubator for startups, right?
Yes.
Looped was eventually acquired by a company called Green Dot. Is that right?
Correct.
And at the time of Loop's sale, it had only had 500 daily active users, right?
No.
Well, Reuters asked you about that and said that Looped only had 500 daily active users. And you told them it was off by orders of magnitude and that you would provide them with data disproving that. Is that right?
I don't recall.
You never did provide any kind of data like that to Reuters, did you?
I don't recall this interaction with Reuters at all.
And Green Dot was the purchaser of Looped, right?
Yes.
And they shut it down shortly after they bought it, right?
Yes.
You first met Elon sometime in the early 2010s, I guess. Is that fair?
Yes.
He'd already founded Zip2, PayPal, SpaceX, and Tesla by the time you met him. Is that
Yes.
right? And you agree that at the time you met him, he was one of the most respected and prominent innovators in the field of technology, right?
At the time, yes.
You first discussed artificial intelligence with Elon at a dinner in 2014 or so, right?
No, that was not the first time.
Okay. When did you first discuss artificial intelligence with Elon?
I believe the first time we talked about it was a lunch at Tesla, but I'm not certain of the order of conversations.
Okay. He expressed concerns about the risks from artificial intelligence when you spoke with him?
He did at various times express concerns about the risk, but he mostly expressed the need to not let someone else get too far ahead.
Okay. And that someone else was Google, right?
At the time, yes.
Because Google was far ahead, correct?
Yes.
And you used Elon's concerns about AI as a way to get to know him better. Do you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree with that characterization.
Okay, I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 3, which is also Defense Exhibit 501, which your lawyer had put up earlier, which is in evidence. This is an email from Elon to you, dated Monday, 25th. But if we can go down to an email from you to him, and you're saying to him, been thinking a lot about whether it's possible to stop humanity from developing AI, right?
Yes.
And then in the third paragraph, you say, if it's going to happen anyway, it seems like it would be good for someone other than Google to do it first, right?
Yes.
And you told Elon that you thought the project should be structured as a nonprofit. And he responded that if we go to the top, it was probably worth the conversation. And so you did, in fact, discuss this project with Elon, right?
Many times.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 5, which is in evidence. This is a June 25th, 2015 email from Elon to you, further describing the AI Research Lab. In it, you tell him, if we can go down, that you propose for governance. You say, I think a governance structure of a 5-person board consisting of Microsoft founder Bill Gates, eBay founder Pierre Omidyar, Facebook co-founder Dustin Moskovitz, and Elon, who founded SpaceX, Tesla, PayPal, and Zip, and you should be the 5 people, right?
I did suggest this, yes.
And to that time, you'd founded Looped. Did you really think that you were in the same league as Bill Gates and Pierre Omidyar and Dustin Moskovitz and Elon Musk at that point in time?
Certainly not. I think what you're talking about is financial success and business success. And did I think I was in the same league as them there? No, at the time, no, of course not.
Well, you were proposing a governance structure that would ultimately have control over who would be allowed to use AI, right?
Not about who would be allowed to use AI, but it was a governance structure for AI and how the technology should be developed and deployed. And that was something that I wanted to spend a great deal of my time on and cared about a lot.
And you say in your own emails that the technology would be owned by the foundation, used for the good of the world, and in cases where it's not obvious how that should be applied, the five of us would decide, right?
That is what I said at this time, yes.
You agree with me that Elon brought a lot of opportunity to OpenAI?
He did bring opportunity.
And you thought that having him publicly identified with OpenAI would help with recruiting?
Yes.
His early contributions were critical to OpenAI's success, weren't they?
Yes, I would say.
In fact, OpenAI wouldn't have happened without Elon Musk, would it?
I don't think I'd characterize it that way, given everything I know now.
So I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 107. And this is a text that you had sent Elon Musk on February 18th of 2023. And you say at the bottom, "I'm tremendously thankful for everything you've done to help. I don't think that OpenAI would have happened without you." Okay, so you told him at least then that you thought it wouldn't have happened without him. You've changed your view on that, apparently.
I have changed my view on Elon significantly.
Okay, but that isn't the question. The question is, you told him that you didn't think OpenAI would have happened without him, right?
Yes.
Someone who just tells people things that you think they want to hear, whether they're true or not.
No, I have complicated feelings about Elon, but you see
I'm
that.
not asking about your complicated feelings. I'm asking you a question. If you are a person who will tell people things because you believe that's what they want to hear, whether they're true or not.
No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you now about, in 2017, you said that the other founders had concluded that OpenAI needed this additional funding, right?
Yes.
And there were a lot of proposals thrown around among you and Brockman and Ilya and Elon, right?
Yes.
Many of these were not fully developed, right?
Yes.
At one point, you proposed a cryptocurrency.
Yes.
Elon shot that down, right?
Actually, that might have been in 2018 that I proposed that, but yes.
At one point, Elon suggested that Tesla could provide resources, right?
I think he suggested that OpenAI should fold into Tesla.
Okay. And you testified today, I believe twice, that Elon proposed that that the nonprofit actually be merged into Tesla. And I think at 10:26 this morning, you said that that he proposed that OpenAI should merge or fold into Tesla. Do you recall that testimony you gave today?
Fold in was the language I remember.
Okay. And that testimony was false, wasn't it?
No, what I remember him saying is that OpenAI needed the cash cow of Tesla.
No, sir. So my question to you,
OpenAI needed the cash cow of Tesla.
My question to you is your testimony about Elon proposing that the nonprofit be merged or folded into Tesla was false, correct?
I believe I said that Elon thought OpenAI should merge or fold into Tesla.
Okay.
Fold in is the language I remember.
All
And
right.
that is my recollection of.
Do you recall giving a deposition in this case?
I recall that.
It's sworn testimony that you gave with a court reporter
Yes.
transcribing it, right?
Yes.
You were under oath, just like you're under oath here today.
Yes.
Right? Your Honor, at deposition transcript 304, lines 10 to 23.
Go ahead.
Do you recall at your deposition, by the way, you had your lawyer at your deposition, right?
Yes.
And you were prepared for the deposition, right?
Yes.
You recall you were asked this question: would the OpenAI nonprofit continue to exist, or would the nonprofit itself fold into Tesla? There was an objection, and you answered you'd have to ask him what he meant by that. And then you were asked the question, so you're not sure one way or the other. Answer, no. You recall being asked those questions and giving those answers?
Could you please, I do, but could you please scroll up to the top of that?
No. My question to you is, do you recall being asked those questions and giving those answers?
I recall being asked that, and it seems consistent.
Okay. You were an investor in a company called Cerebras,
Yes.
and that investment dates back to 2017.
Yes.
Okay. While you were having these discussions with Elon and Ilya and Brockman about how to raise money for OpenAI, there was discussion about some sort of transaction with Cerebras, correct?
There was a discussion of a potential merger with Cerberus.
Okay. Can you point me to an email where you told Elon that you were an investor in Cerberus at the time of these discussions?
I'm not aware of such an email.
One of the other possibilities you discussed with Elon and the others was forming this nonprofit entity alongside a for-profit, right? Or excuse me, a for-profit entity alongside the nonprofit, right?
Mr. Musk proposed that, yes.
Okay. So you wanted to be CEO of the for-profit entity, didn't you?
Yes.
And your desire to be CEO was a point of contention between you and Elon, right?
Yes.
And the other founders too, right?
I don't recall as much contention with the other founders. I think some, but it was mostly Mr. Musk really wanted to be CEO.
Are you sure?
I said there was some.
No, but I mean, are you sure there wasn't contention with the other founders about you being CEO?
As I just said, there was some tension. I remember the majority of the tension being with Mr. Musk.
Okay. You actually had a fixation on this concept of being CEO, didn't you?
I don't agree with that characterization.
I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 157, which is in evidence. This is a September 20th, 2017 email from Elon to you and Mr. Susskever, and Mr. Brockman, and others. And in the email at the bottom of the chain, it's a long email. This is an email from Brockman and Ilya Susskever, and to you it says, Sam, and the email, part of it is addressed to Elon Musk. In fact, your lawyer asked you about that part. He didn't ask you about this part, did he?
No.
Because this part, in it, Ilya and Brockman are saying to you, we don't understand why the CEO title is so important to you. Your stated reasons have changed, and it's really hard to understand what's driving it. See that?
I do.
And the next thing they ask you, the next line, they said, is AGI truly your primary motivation? How does it connect to your political goals? Did you tell them that you actually wanted to be president of the United States?
I was thinking about running for governor at the time, which I believe is what they meant here.
Okay. As the CEO of OpenAI, you'd make the decisions about OpenAI's business, right?
I'm many, yes.
You'd be the man in charge, right?
Even
You'd be the man in charge, right?
along with the team and the board.
I'm sorry?
Along with the team and the board.
So if in fact you are the CEO, you make the decisions not on your own, but with the board?
It depends on what decisions, like ordinary course of business decisions you can make as a CEO. Big ones about a funding round or a new structure or a change in strategy you make with the board, and a huge number of decisions you make in consultation with your management team.
But the really important decisions would be made with the board, right?
I mean, depends which ones, but certainly about things like fundraising, M&A, those go to a board, yes.
Even really important business decisions, right?
I mean, I think fundraising is one of the most important business decisions. So
operational business decisions, if it's really important, right?
That really depends. That's not,
Okay.
that depends on the board and what else the company has got going on and how big or small the company is.
Let me show you Exhibit 156, Plaintiff's 156, which is in evidence. It's an email dated September 13th of 2017. This is an email from Elon Musk to Ilya Sutskever and to Greg Brockman, where he outlines the majority control that he would have and then how it would be diluted down, right?
He says, I would unequivocally have initial control of the company.
Right. And then he said,
But this will
"But
change
this
quickly."
will change quickly. Okay. If you read the rest of the sentence, he says, but this will change quickly, right?
I was trying to read the rest of the sentence.
I see. And then he talks about the rough target would be to get a 12-person board, probably more like 16 if the board really ends up deciding the fate of the world. So Mr. Musk is telling your colleagues, as you are in this discussion, that you claim he was insistent on having total control, that in fact, it would be a board that would be making decisions, right?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. And he goes on to say, where each board member has a deep understanding of technology and at least a basic understanding of AI and strong and sensible morals, right?
Yes.
You testified that in 2018, Elon Musk, we could take this down, please, wrote you and said he thought that OpenAI could not succeed without more resources. Is that right?
Yes.
You know, when in 2018 that was?
I don't recall.
He continued funding OpenAI into 2020, didn't he?
Only on rent payments for his building.
No,
Not-
he contributed more than $10 million after 2018, didn't he?
Only for rent payments.
No, sir, that isn't my question. It's $10 million, right?
Yes.
And by the way, the $17 million that you mentioned having donated to a fund that was looking at universal minimum payments, I think, to people, is that what you said?
That's not quite accurate, but I know what you're speaking of.
What was the name of the fund?
I think it went to UBI Charitable, and there was another vehicle for the direct cash
It was not to open it.
Vehicle for the direct cash payments. Maybe it was YC Org, but I don't remember this with confidence.
It was not OpenAI that you donated the money to.
Correct.
Did you want to suggest to the jury that that was a donation to OpenAI?
No.
All right. So Elon left the board in 2018, and after he left, you sent him the OpenAI charter, right? I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 23. This is not objected to. I believe it's in evidence. And there's two emails. There's two April 2nd, 2018 emails between you and Elon that accompany this. If we could, yeah. I'm sorry, this is, can we take down the, there we go. And in it, you're sending Elon the charter and you say that we're planning to release this next week. Any thoughts, right?
Yes.
And the charter, if we could put it back up, it does say OpenAI's mission is to ensure that artificial general intelligence, AGI, benefits all of humanity. Will attempt to directly build safe and beneficial AGI. And that charter is still on OpenAI's website, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 239, which is in evidence. This is a March 6th, 2019 email sending Elon a draft blog post about OpenAI. And it's got the initials TLDR, stands for too long, didn't read, right?
Yes.
And it's a shorthand you placed on top of things like that. And in the TLDR, you say to him, we've created a capped profit company. We did this in a way where all investors are clear that they should never expect a profit. And then you direct them to the purple box, right?
Yes.
This was the profit, this was the for-profit subsidiary of OpenAI that was going to fund the nonprofit, right?
Yes.
This is what you testified having conversations with him about, right?
Yes.
You didn't tell him in this cover email what the profit cap would be, right?
I already had told him that.
And in the box, you say that the partnership exists. Can we put that up, please? To advance OpenAI's mission of ensuring safe artificial general intelligence is developed and benefits all humanity, right?
Yes.
Mr. Musk clearly wasn't interested in investing in this at that time because, as you said, he wasn't invested in anything he could control, right?
Yes.
All right. And the term sheet that you say that you reviewed with him, that didn't state who would invest this $10 billion, right? In the round 2 raise?
In the 2018 version of it, that was before we had really entered into serious conversations with Microsoft. So at that time, we talked about needing that amount of capital. But it wasn't until 2019 that it became clear that Microsoft was seriously willing to do it at the level we would need.
And the term sheet didn't explain any of the IP rights that OpenAI would give away to a $10 billion investor, did it?
I don't think at the time of the 2018 term sheet we had contemplated the IP structure.
And the 2018 term sheet did not mention a 20% annual increase in target redemption amounts. Is that right?
No, that didn't come up until much later as we understood more about how the shape of the AI rollout was going to go and that it was not going to be this one-time thing we had imagined, but would need to continue to exist for a long time.
The 20% annual increases in the target redemption amounts didn't come about until 2023, right? Yes. The 20% annual increase in the target redemption amounts didn't come about until 2023, right?
Correct.
And the term sheet doesn't mention that one day the profit caps will be removed altogether, does it?
No, that came out of our much later, deeper understanding of how AI was going to be developed and what companies would need to do over a very long period of time.
And the term sheet didn't explain that the $10 billion investor would eventually acquire a multi-billion-dollar stake in the for-profit OpenAI, did it?
I believe that was clear in the original term sheet.
That there would eventually be someone that would own that large a stake?
Well, I think what the original 2018 term sheet contemplated was a $10 billion plus investment at a 15x multiple, which would be like let's say $150 billion dollar investment at a 15x multiple, which would be a $150 billion stake.
Let me show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 253. This is an email from you to people at Microsoft dated February 24th of 2021. And the people there are Kevin Scott, who is the Chief Technology Officer, right?
Yes.
And you tell them, we want to do everything we can to make you all commercially successful, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, we would just request the same limiting instruction that we've given for other documents.
Yes,
where.
So again, this is not against Microsoft, it's against OpenAI. Thank you.
That will apply to the next Exhibit 2. There's 2 exhibits like this.
All right, both exhibits.
Okay. And now
I've given you.
it's exhibit number 258. 258. If we could put that up, please. And the first email on the bottom of the chain, this is a February 5th, 2022 email from you to Kevin Scott. It says, we're working on a restructure to OpenAI to address some of the challenges we've faced with our unusual structure, a nonprofit being in control of an LLC, close paren, as we become a more commercial effort, right?
Yes.
So at this point, you're clearly not just a research lab, you're a commercial effort, right?
Both, yes.
In November of 2023, the OpenAI board fired you as CEO and removed you from the nonprofit board as well for lying, right?
They fired me and removed me from the nonprofit board.
Is there any doubt in your mind as you sit here today that their reason stated at the time was that you were dishonest and they couldn't trust you?
I do have doubts that was the full reason.
You saw the post that appeared on the website. Okay.
Yes.
They told the world that, right?
They did tell the world.
Okay.
That post.
And you heard people, I guess you didn't help, but take my word for it. People came here and testified and said that you had lied to them. You still dispute that?
They asked me to come back the next morning.
Okay. And the nonprofit board had the legal ability to fire you, right?
Certainly.
And the basic principle of nonprofit governance is that the board hires and fires the CEO, right?
Or fires and hires in this case, but yes.
Okay. And although the nonprofit board had that legal ability to fire you, in practice, it didn't work here and it was a governance failure, wasn't it?
Well, there was a governance failure, in my opinion, but I think they were able to hire me and then fire me and then rehire me.
So just to be clear, you can have the ability to hire and fire, but there can still be a governance failure because that ability isn't exercised, correct? Well, it isn't exercised properly, excuse me.
I don't think I understand the question. Could you rephrase it?
Sure. You can have the ability to hire and fire as a board, but doesn't mean that the board is going to practice good governance in exercising that ability, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So knowing that the board had the authority to fire you, fired you, and in fact, then you came back, it kind of makes it hard for you today to look everyone here in the eye and say that, well, governance is great because the board can just fire me, right?
I don't agree with that characterization. I mean, I almost didn't come back because I was so upset, but I thought that there had been such a failure in governance and the way the board had gone about this left such a lack of confidence in the board by the people that would need to keep running it, that the company and the mission and the nonprofit and everything I had worked so hard to build was going to get destroyed. And so I was willing to run back into a burning building to try to save it. But it was very important to me that I was going to do that under a setup with a governance structure that I could trust, which I believe we now have.
You done?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Real-time issues.
I understand. We just need to keep going. We've got 10 minutes for the break.
Whoever builds AGI first gets a lot of power. Do you trust yourself with that much knowledge?
Look, I was gonna, especially during some of the things, I was gonna say, and I still believe this, that it is important that I or any other one person have total control over OpenAI or over AGI. And I think you want a robust governance system. I can point out a whole bunch of things about all of our court drama from last year, about how I didn't fight it initially and was just like, yeah, that's, below the board, even though I think it's really bad. As many people have observed, the legal ability to fire me in prep. And that is its own kind of governance failure.
Is there more, Mr. Muller?
Let me move on. Within minutes of your firing on Friday, November 17th, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella called you, right?
I believe that's correct.
And Kevin Scott from Microsoft called you shortly after that?
I don't remember the ordering.
And Microsoft had invested billions of dollars by this point in time, right?
Yes.
That weekend, you had a lot of calls with Mr. Nadella, right?
Some calls.
Well, I think you were asked in your deposition, Your Honor, the transcript is, I'm sorry, Your Honor, the transcript is deposition 52, lines 13 to 19.
So hold on, I don't understand.
I'll agree to lots of calls.
Just reading it or?
He's just said that he'll agree that he had lots of calls with Mr. Nadella. He had said some calls, now he said lots of calls. And he expressed concern about continuity for Microsoft's customers if OpenAI shut down, right?
He did express that concern, as I would.
Microsoft's customers if OpenAI shut down. Is that right?
Yes, as I would expect the CEO of Microsoft to do.
No, I'm asking you, Mr. Nadella expressed concern to you about what would happen with Microsoft's customers if OpenAI shut down, right?
Yes.
Okay. And after the weekend, or over the weekend, excuse me, I think you testified that you led negotiations with a nonprofit board about your potential return.
Something like that sounds right.
And at some point over the weekend, you proposed to Mr. Nadella that you should go work at Microsoft, right?
Yes.
And Microsoft agreed to hire you and Mr. Brockman if you couldn't reach an agreement with OpenAI, correct?
I think they were willing to, even if we could. I mean, I was unemployed and not sure what I wanted to do.
And Microsoft also agreed to hire other OpenAI employees over that weekend, right?
I think they said something like, I don't remember the exact language, but something like if there are OpenAI employees that are, we really didn't want OpenAI to fall apart and the employees and the IP and the sort of safety mission to disperse to the wind. And so I believe I asked Mr. Nadella if there were other employees who quit or got terminated, if I'd be able to find them a home at Microsoft.
Okay. And as part of your negotiations over your return, you were very clear that if you were to come back, you would need a different board, right?
Yes.
Your first proposal was that all the board members be fired?
That was my first proposal, I believe.
And then you discussed a potential new board with Mr. Nadella and other Microsoft executives, right?
Yes.
And you eventually proposed to them that it be Brett Taylor, Larry Summers, Adam D'Angelo, and you on the board, right?
I don't remember if, well, we ended up, the board being just the three of them, not me on it, but there were many versions floated around over the course of that weekend.
But the ultimate,
Brett Taylor, Larry Summers, and Adam D'Angelo.
But the ultimate place that you landed was that it be Brett Taylor, Adam D'Angelo, Larry Summers, and you proposed that to Satya Nadella, right?
I believe at one point, yes.
Yeah, and you, well, not at one point, at the end, right?
At the end, yeah.
All right.
But there were many others.
And you had known Mr. Taylor for years, right?
Not closely, but yes.
Okay. And Nadella actually wanted to talk to Larry Summers before he would agree to that proposal, correct?
I think that's correct.
All right. So in connection with this case at an earlier stage, you submitted something that's called a sworn interrogatory response. You recall that?
Yes.
And it disclosed or purported to disclose your financial interest in companies that have done business with OpenAI.
Yes.
Remember that? You remember that?
He said yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 385, which is admitted. This is your supplemental response and objections to the interrogatories dated April 24th of 2026. And you signed and verified this document, swearing that the answers were true, right?
Yes.
You swore to, and according to this document, as listed on page 3, please, you have a personal financial stake totaling more than $2 billion in companies that do business with OpenAI. Is that right?
Not what it, that sounds right.
Okay. You own approximately 22.8 million shares of a company called Helion Energy.
Yes.
And you invested in Helion back in 2015, right?
I've invested several times, but that was the first.
Your first investment was in 2015, right?
Yes.
And the founders are friends of yours?
Yes.
It's a nuclear energy company that could supply energy to OpenAI?
Well, would supply energy to the whole world, but including OpenAI.
Okay. And it's not actually providing electricity to any customers yet, right?
No, there's still an enormous amount of science to do.
It projects that it's going to start doing that in 2028?
Yes.
But it does have a deal to sell electricity to Microsoft in 2028. You know that?
I do.
Okay. And you know that because you actually were the chair of the board of Helion, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you own somewhere between a quarter and a half of the company, don't you?
I think it's around a third, but yes, somewhere between those numbers.
A third would be between a quarter and a half, right?
Yes.
So you own a third of Helion. And your shares in Helion were worth approximately $1.65 billion as of December of 2025. You know that?
Yes.
You also hold warrants in Helion on top of those shares, right?
Yes.
Now, a warrant is a type of security that gives an investor a right to buy stock at a specific price within a specific time period. Is that fair?
Yes.
You own somewhere between, you first asked OpenAI's board to look at a deal with Helion in late 2022, right?
That sounds about right for timing, but I don't remember exactly.
You told the board then that you thought it was a good deal, right?
Yes.
And in 2024, you actually signed something called a scaled deployment agreement with Helion, you being OpenAI, right?
Yes.
And that's a roadmap for potential future agreements for OpenAI to purchase power from Helion?
Yeah, I want to be clear that OpenAI has never bought or received any power from Helion, but this was a way for us to have the opportunity to do that in the future. I was recused from it on both sides. Recused from it on both sides. So I didn't sign it. I think OpenAI signed it.
When you say you were recused from it from both sides, do you think recusal means only that you didn't sign it?
No, I think it's the decision to proceed and the final approval of terms.
So the agreement, just to be clear, it's an agreement to buy a substantial amount of power when Helion is able to sell it, right?
If and when Helion is able to deliver power, it is a right for OpenAI to get that power at favorable terms.
And you participated in discussions with people at OpenAI about the transaction, right?
A huge percentage of my time at OpenAI is figuring out how we're going to secure the compute resources and the energy needed to get them I am tasked with figuring this out. So I participate in many conversations about how we can continue to scale the power and compute we need for the mission.
And these conversations occurred while you were the chairman of Helion, right?
Yes.
You stepped down from Helion's board in March of 2026, correct?
That sounds about right.
So, and this deal was entered into in March of 2026, right?
No, I thought the deal you were talking about was back from 2024.
OpenAI entered into a second agreement in March of 2026, right?
I'm not familiar with the details, but yes, I know there was one.
Okay. And you did have discussions with people at OpenAI about Helion, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you also were a board member of Reddit from approximately 2014 to 2020, right?
Yes.
You briefly served as the interim CEO of Reddit,
Yes.
and you were personally invested in it as well.
Yes.
When Reddit went public in March of 2024, you owned approximately 12 million shares of Reddit.
This includes what I had directly and in venture funds I managed. So I was not the beneficial owner of this much, but I would say controlled this much.
Okay. So in May of 2024, when Reddit's stock price was around $50 million, the value of the shares that you held directly or indirectly would have been about $300 million.
Did you mean $50 billion?
$300 million.
You said when Reddit was it?
And you have 1 minute before the break.
Okay.
You said when Reddit's shares were valued at $50 million.
I'm sorry. In 2024, when Reddit's stock was priced around $50.
Oh, okay.
I misspoke. I apologize. The value of your shares that you held either directly or managing these funds would have been about 300 million, right?
That sounds plausible to me. I don't recall the exact number.
In May of 2024, OpenAI entered into a deal with Reddit under which it agreed to pay Reddit $200 million over 3 years to access Reddit's data, right?
Yes.
And you had an obvious conflict with regard to that deal, right?
Yes.
But you personally negotiated the deal with Reddit anyway.
There was a mediation under the threat of legal action. The board, the mediator and Reddit had requested me to be there. I talked with our board through a normal recusal process. They asked that I go do it. And since I had the most context and history, and the mediator had asked for it, and that we decided that the board would approve any final terms. I had other people in the room with me. This was like a well-discussed standard corporate recusal.
That wasn't my question. My question was, you had an obvious conflict and you went ahead and did that anyway, right? Did it anyway.
Did
right?
what specifically?
That you negotiated that deal.
With other people and with with final approval by the board, but I was in the room, yes.
I'll take that as a yes. And Your Honor, it's time to break.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take our second break with the jury. If everyone please stand.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay. The record looks like the jury has left. Mr. Altman, I'm sure you've heard me say this before. You're on cross-examination, which means that you may not speak with anyone about your testimony, not your lawyers, not anybody, about a testimony or anything to do with this case until you're released from this examination. Do you understand?
I understand.
All right, you may step down. Okay, so you spent about an hour of your 2.5. How much more do you have?
I don't think it should be terribly long. If I go in the room and look at it, I may even make it shorter.
Okay, great.
Right.
We'll stand in recess for 20 minutes.
Court is in recess.
You aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Representation that that's true?
I will accept your representation that that's true.
Okay. You mentioned that Elon said that he wanted 90% control of the for-profit. Is that right?
Not control. That was, I think, his earliest and highest equity ask, but not control.
Okay. So it would be 90% ownership, but not 90% control.
My recollection is that he said something like larger investors should have proportionally less control relative to smaller investors, but he still wanted majority control. That was clear.
So the 90% isn't anything that you can, it's been documented, right?
I don't know if that was documented or not. We never ended up anywhere close to that, but my memory is that that was the highest number I heard from him of the ownership he should have.
You never produced any kind of an email or memo in this litigation that said that he wanted 90%, did you?
Not that I believe.
You're the CEO of both the OpenAI nonprofit and the OpenAI for-profit, is that right?
That's correct.
You're on both boards?
That's correct also.
You think you'd ever fire yourself? CEO of the for-profit?
I have no current plans to do so.
Okay. You think you ever would?
I mean, theoretically, someday I hope I get to retire.
I'm not talking about retiring. I'm talking about as an oversight, okay? That's what the board of the non-profit's supposed to do, is oversee the for-profit, okay?
Yes.
You happen to be on both boards. You're the CEO of both. Would you fire yourself?
CEOs are almost always on the boards of companies
That's
that they've run.
That's not my question. Would you fire yourself?
I have no current plans to do that. Can I come up with any crazy scenario somehow where I might? Maybe. I haven't thought about that before.
Because you never would.
I'm not planning to, no.
You will, Greg Brockman, having an ownership stake in OpenAI that's now worth $30 billion, right?
Yes,
And you were in court the day that he testified.
I was.
Did you hear him say that he was good with $1 billion? He didn't need 30? Or words to those effect?
I don't recall those words.
Okay. You do recall, he said, I would have been good with $1 billion.
I remember seeing someone that said, what would take me to $1 billion? I don't remember him saying, if you represent it, I'll believe you.
Well, I'm interested in your sworn testimony. You were sitting in the courtroom. Did Greg Brockman say that I'd be good with $1 billion?
What I remember seeing is a line from his journal about what would take him to $1 billion. None of us at the time knew how successful this would go on to be. I don't recall Greg ever saying, I want exactly this much and don't need any more. It's possible he did.
Okay. Did you go to Greg Brockman and say, hey, why don't you kick over $29 billion to the nonprofit?
No.
How about asking him for $10 billion?
No.
Did you ask him to finally pay the $100,000 that he committed in the very beginning of OpenAI? Did you ask him to pay that to the foundation?
No.
Did you know that he was out there lying to people about donating $100,000 when he was trying to solicit money for OpenAI in the early days?
Sustained as to the fall.
Okay. You know, he was telling people that he was donating $100,000 when in fact that was not true, when he was soliciting money for OpenAI?
Objection.
What's the objection, Mr. Sabat?
It misconstrues evidence, assumes facts.
Oh, right.
I do recall some communications where he was telling people he was going to donate to the nonprofit.
He never did, right?
That's correct.
Does that bother you?
It was a very small amount of money. Greg has put in a huge amount of effort. I assume something genuinely got lost in translation there. It does not bother me. The effort.
It doesn't bother you?
No.
And you didn't say anything to him after his testimony saying, hey, this looks kind of bad. Why don't you at least write a check for $100,000?
I did not say that to him after his testimony.
The nonprofit, from 2018 to basically a couple of months ago, was pretty much of a shell, right?
No, it had all of the control rights that we've discussed at length, and it was waiting. In the previous world, it would have had to wait to have resources it could distribute until OpenAI had hit all of the capped returns. And then as soon as the restructure was done and the nonprofit was able to access significant liquidity, it immediately began undertaking a process to make grants.
It transferred IP in 2018 and its assets, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it didn't have any employees, right?
In 2018, I believe it did, but then there was a period where it didn't.
Shortly after 2018.
I don't know the exact year.
It was doing no work to pursue the mission, right?
I would say the control rights were still quite important, but as I just said, it didn't have access to assets and the ability to make grants until very recently.
And so I want to ask you about that because it is a nonprofit, and as a nonprofit, it could have gone out and solicited money from donors, right?
It could have tried.
And in fact, AGI safety is something that is of serious consequence to everyone on the planet, right?
I think it should be.
Okay. And people are continuing to gain awareness of it. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So AGI safety should be something that should be quite easy to donate funds to support, right?
Relative to the funds that the OpenAI LLC and then PBC have been able to deploy towards AI research, I do not think it would have been easy to raise an appreciable amount of money, no.
So Stanford, not long ago, raised over $3 billion in a year right up the road.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, and there's other nonprofits that raise billions of dollars in a year. You're aware of that?
I will accept your representation.
Had OpenAI raised funds rather than done these commercial transactions with Microsoft, it would have much, much, much more money in the nonprofit, wouldn't it?
I do not believe that I could have taken any actions to get much more than $200 billion into a nonprofit. I do not believe that, no.
That was my question. My question is pure logic, isn't it? That if you're not giving away something to Microsoft in exchange for the donation, but instead you're soliciting charitable donations, that OpenAI is going to have more with the charitable donations than it would if it entered into commercial transactions with Microsoft.
Totally disagree with that characterization. The way this is set up is the better OpenAI, the PBC, is able to do. The nonprofit, which owns a percentage, will increase over time. I hope the nonprofit will eventually have trillions of dollars, and I do not believe we could have raised more than that by soliciting donations.
That isn't my question, but I'm not going to belabor it. I think we all get the point. There were also no full-time employees at OpenAI, the nonprofit, until about a month before this trial started, right?
If the implication is that anything to do with this trial starting, that's completely incorrect.
Pure coincidence.
The restructure was done in late last year. That was the thing that allowed us to actually start giving grants. And we then immediately began a process to hire the leaders and start selling equity and giving away the money.
By the way, the nonprofit did have certain assets in terms of this ownership share, right? In the for-profit, the nonprofit and the for-profit?
The nonprofit holds the ownership share in OpenAI, yes.
Right.
The nonprofit holds an ownership stake in the for-profit, yes.
And it has for some time, right?
Well, it had a different kind of interest before the restructure, but yes, it had
that interest. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Please finish.
It had an economic interest, yes.
Okay, and that economic interest had value, right?
Difficult to calculate, but yes.
Someone would have loaned it money against that value, right?
Possibly. Probably, yeah, I think so.
You do think so? Okay. And you're aware that Microsoft has made over $9 billion from the OpenAI relationship already?
I mean, I would assume, given the equity appreciation, they benefit more than that, but I'll accept that.
Okay. The Microsoft profit cap that was in some of these transactions by 2025, the profit cap's removed, right?
Switch to a different structure.
And by 2025, Microsoft now has rights in OpenAI's IP after AGI is reached, right?
We separated into research IP and product IP. Microsoft no longer has rights to research IP. They will continue to get product IP through the end of 2032.
After AGI is reached.
But not the research IP.
I'm sorry? AGI is reached.
They will not get research IP past that point, even past this current point. We will continue to give them product IP.
So after AGI is reached, I just want to be clear, commercial rights, so in other words, used to create products, they have that right to AGI after AGI is reached, right?
They and others can continue to create products with our technology, and we believe that is the interest of our mission in the world.
And they got that through 2025, right? The 2025 agreement.
Yes.
And also the right to remove you as the CEO on the for-profit, that right of the nonprofit board requires there be a 2/3 vote of independent directors, right?
Yes.
Not a simple majority.
Correct.
It was a simple majority before.
I actually don't know what it was before. I would assume a simple majority, but I'm not sure.
Okay. The decision to remove you initially from the original OpenAI nonprofit, that was unanimous. Didn't require a split vote.
Yes.
Mr. Savitt asked you a question about Plaintiff's Exhibit 105, which is in evidence. I think it may have a defense number on it when he asked you about it. Well, first, can we he asked you about Exhibit 251. Okay. This was a post that Elon Musk made, right?
Yes.
And he says Microsoft gets exclusive, somebody else is posting, Microsoft gets exclusive license for OpenAI's GPT-3 language model, and Elon posts, this does seem like the opposite of OpenAI is essentially captured by Microsoft, right?
Yes.
So, and that's dated September 24th of 2020.
Yes.
Now, if we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 105, which is in evidence, this is a text between you and Elon dated October 1st, 2020, within a week.
Yes.
And you sent this text after Elon had made that post, and you saw it, right?
Yes.
And in the text, you state, saw your feedback on Twitter last week. I'm happy to talk about this if you'd like, but I think there's no way we can hold a candle to the deep mine without many billions of dollars. Microsoft still seems like the best way for us to get that until at least compromise. We gave Microsoft a copy of GPT-3 to use in their own products, but we still get to retain autonomy to release our work ourselves. But you don't say to him in this text that Microsoft an exclusive license or co-exclusive license to all OpenAI's pre-AGI technology, do you?
No, I don't say that in this.
Okay, and you also don't tell Elon in this text that OpenAI will raise $13 billion exclusively from Microsoft, do you?
Not in this text.
Okay. I want to put up Exhibit 296, which is in evidence. And this is a text chain between you and Elon dated October 23rd of 2022. Go to the first page, please. Mr. Musk sends you an article that talks about Microsoft's $10 billion investment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And with the article, he raises a number of issues with you in the text. He was upset, wasn't he, when he sent this text? Is it clear from his statements?
Yes.
And his reason for being upset is he says this is a bait and switch, right?
Yes.
Bait and switch being, he's saying essentially that you stole a charity. Right?
It doesn't look like that's what he's saying to me.
Well, he says that, if we could go up, please. I was disturbed to see OpenAI with a $20 billion valuation de facto. I provided almost all the seed A and most of the B round funding, right?
I see that. I have no idea what it means. We didn't, as a non-stock charity, there was no concept of a C, an A, or a B round. I don't know what he meant here. I think it's an inaccuracy in his own characterization of what happened.
You're absolutely right that it's literally taken literally. It is not true because OpenAI was a charity, right?
Yes, so I don't know what he meant here.
Maybe. See if you agree with this. That if in fact you'd all agreed that this would be a for-profit rather than a non-profit, which is what you all agreed to, that his money that went to OpenAI would be considered almost all the seed, the A, and most of the B round of the funding.
As we looked at earlier, he provided a relatively small fraction of all of the nonprofit capital raised. Further, he knew from 2018 how much more capital we needed. He thought our plan made sense. He, in fact, continued to push us to raise much more. But this did fit a pattern of when he would see OpenAI succeeding in the press, he would get very upset.
Yeah, that wasn't my question, was it? Was that my question?
Ask the question. Let's keep moving here.
He calls it a bait and switch. He's saying you stole a charity.
Is that the question? That I think he's saying that? I don't think
he's clearly accusing you of deceiving him, right?
He says this is a bait and switch.
Right. And your response to that in the very next text message is, I agree, this feels bad. We offered you equity when we established the cap profit, which you didn't want at the time, but we are still very happy to do anytime you like, right?
Yes.
Nowhere in here, in this text chain, do you say, Elon, you know about this Microsoft investment? You don't say that anywhere, do you?
I don't say that in this text chain.
No. Say, Elon, you know something like this Microsoft investment was likely, do you?
I didn't say that here. I was confident he knew that already.
And you also say, Elon, this should not be you don't say this should not be a surprise to you, do you?
I don't say that here. I assumed that was well understood by him at this time.
Instead, you say, I agree this feels bad, and then you go on to say, but we are still very happy to offer you equity at any time, right?
A thing Shivon had counseled me on over the years is a thing that Shivon had counseled me on over the years when dealing with Elon is to remind him of things that had happened in the past because he often forgot them, especially when he was upset.
Yeah, well, he clearly was upset and you clearly offered him equity, right?
As we had in the past.
So your response to him accusing you of ripping off the charity was to offer him part of the loot, right?
Objection.
You offered him a bribe, didn't you, to go along with what you were doing?
Sustain.
Okay, and he didn't take you up on that offer, did he? He didn't take you up on the offer.
I don't accept any of the characterization.
No, the question to you is, he did not take you up on the offer for the equity, did he?
No.
One moment. On the Reddit transaction, after OpenAI did that transaction with Reddit, your stock increased by about $70 million, didn't it?
I don't recall.
Does that sound plausible?
Objection.
Overruled.
It seems high to me, but I would need to look up historical records.
Does 50 million seem plausible?
I don't I can't do this from memory. I'd have to go look at share prices at the time.
Okay. Nothing further.
Mr. Urata.
Good afternoon, Mr. Altman. It's good to see you again.
Good afternoon.
I briefly have some questions for you on behalf of Microsoft, and I can promise it will be less than the number of questions that Mr. Musk's attorney asked of you.
Okay.
Since founding OpenAI, approximately how many times have you had conversations with individuals at Microsoft?
Hundreds, I would assume.
And during any of those conversations, did you ever say anything about there being specific commitments that were attached to Mr. Musk's donations?
No,
Why not?
because I don't believe there were any.
Turning to the term sheet that you shared with Mr. Musk, I believe Mr. Musk's attorney asked you some questions about it. Do you remember when Mr. Musk's attorney suggested that the term sheet was silent regarding the transfer of IP assets from the nonprofit to the for-profit subsidiary?
Objection.
Overruled.
Who states the evidence?
You can answer.
I don't remember the exact words that he used, but I remember something in that direction.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and take a look at Exhibit 827. Jesse, would you mind pulling it up for us, please? And Jesse, why don't you turn to the second page? And let's blow up the box called Funding and Revenue towards the bottom of the page. Mr. Altman, I'd like to focus your attention to the first paragraph, which is titled Initial Capitalization, and specifically the first sentence, which states,
Excuse me, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt your, I guess I do, but the reason is because the screen isn't working. Is there a reason for that?
So I would move quickly to someone else's screen while we try to figure it out.
I apologize.
may I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. So, Mr. Altman, I want to point your attention to the first sentence, which says OpenAI LP will initially be capitalized by a contribution of assets from the nonprofit. What assets is that sentence referring to?
My understanding is the IP, chiefly the IP and technology that have been developed in the nonprofit.
Okay, and again, this term sheet was provided to Mr. Musk, right?
Yes.
Okay, Jesse, we can go ahead and take that down. Do you recall being asked some questions towards the end of the examination by Mr. Musk's attorney regarding Microsoft's rights to AGI?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you had testified that Microsoft doesn't get rights to AGI research, correct?
Correct.
What rights to AGI does Microsoft get if OpenAI does not commercialize AGI?
Well, Microsoft only gets, my understanding is that Microsoft only gets to commercialize to the extent that OpenAI commercializes itself or with other partners. If we determine that there is, for example, a safety reason not to commercialize some of our research, Microsoft doesn't get that either.
Okay, thank you, sir. I only have one more topic that I want to cover. Do you recall testifying earlier today about some additional investments which have been recently made into the Public Benefit Corporation?
I do.
Okay. And who were some of the larger investors for those investment rounds?
SoftBank, Amazon, NVIDIA, Derived Capital. Those are maybe the largest.
Okay, thank you. Let's start with SoftBank. How much was SoftBank's investment into the PBC?
I believe it was 30 billion in the round that was like $41 million. And then I believe, although I'm not certain on this, and we had to squish some people around to accommodate, but I believe it was another 30 or I think 30 in the second round too. But I'm, if you could check me on, I'm not certain on the second one.
I understand. Why don't we just focus on the first one, which is the one you seem to be certain on? How does the size of that financial investment compare to Microsoft's $13 billion investment in OpenAI's for-profit subsidiary?
About 2.5 times larger.
Let's turn to NVIDIA.
Sorry, yeah, that's right. I would trip up on math.
I'm a lawyer. I'm not good at math, Mr. Altman. NVIDIA. What was the approximate size of NVIDIA's investment into the Public Benefit Corporation?
It was either 20 or 30. I think it was 30 also.
And that also would be larger than Microsoft's financial investment?
Yes.
How about Amazon? How large was Amazon's investment into the PBC?
50 billion.
And that also would be larger than Microsoft?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, Mr. Altman, are any of those companies a defendant in this lawsuit? No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Savitt, any redirect limited to the scope of the last two exams?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few questions. Hello again.
Hello.
Just wanted to ask you a couple of questions, or a few, I suppose, Mr. Altman, about the testimony you gave to Mr. Molo. I wanted to begin with the matter of OpenAI folding into Tesla. Do you recall this morning that we talked about, that you testified that Mr. Musk had suggested that that OpenAI fold into Tesla?
Yes.
And Mr. Molo showed you an excerpt from your deposition about that testimony?
Yes.
And you suggested that you wanted to see some additional testimony. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were you permitted to see the testimony that appeared above the excerpt that you were shown?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to review with the witness lines 303.22 to 304.5 of the deposition.
You can. Does he have a copy of his depo?
I think we can put it on the screen.
Well, I don't know that you can publish to the jury yet. I don't think a foundation.
I would agree, just to the witness.
Yes, Your Honor, please, Bill. I'm sorry, it was three.
Simply be shown to the witness.
Yeah, it's 303 line 22 to 3045.
Yeah, it's not us. You're in control. But
Oh, I'm sorry. You guys got that, guys? Thank you.
But we will show it only to the witness. All right, so that's what you've been shown. Now what's the question?
The question is whether at your deposition.
No, you can't ask that question. Is this somehow, you can ask him a question about how it relates to his testimony, but you can't ask him, you can't repeat the question.
Well, let me ask you this question. What was the nature of the first proposal that Mr. Musk made to you respecting a combination of OpenAI and Tesla?
It says here that how to address the finance. Oh, I can't read that. Sorry.
Just answer his question.
Okay. That OpenAI folded into Tesla. I was offered a board seat at Tesla as part of it at one point. And I was told that the team would be given the resources to pursue AGI inside of Tesla.
And that was your testimony in your deposition?
Objection.
Overruled.
That was your testimony in your deposition, correct?
I don't recall if we got into the board seat, but the rest of it, that Mr. Musk, if we got into the board seat that I was offered during my deposition, but we did talk about Mr. Musk's suggestion in my deposition that OpenAI folded into Tesla.
And so it would have been misleading to leave the impression that you hadn't testified that way in your deposition, correct?
Sustained as to the form.
I'll withdraw it. You were asked some questions about the appointment of new directors into OpenAI's nonprofit in November 2023. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Mr. Altman, who fired you?
Four of the previous board members.
And they had the power to fire you?
Yes.
Who rehired you?
The previous board members.
And who appointed the new board of directors?
The previous board members.
Did you have any ability to appoint new directors to OpenAI?
I had no power or ability to appoint new directors to OpenAI. All I could do is say configurations in which I was willing to be rehired in or not.
Did Mr. Nadella, to your knowledge, have any ability to appoint directors to OpenAI?
No.
Do you know who first contacted Mr. Taylor about potentially being a member of the OpenAI board upon the reconstitution?
I don't know.
Did you know Larry Summers before all this?
Not before this.
Do you know who initially proposed Larry Summers as a candidate for the board?
The outgoing board.
The outgoing board. So it was, and did you have alternatives to rejoining OpenAI at the time you decided to come back?
Yes, I had an offer to run an advanced AI research group at Microsoft.
But the old board rehired you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you force the old board to rehire you in any way?
No, in fact, after the second interim CEO, they hired, I had fully mentally moved on.
They kept coming back to you and asking to come back, right?
Yes.
Now, we saw a text message from you to Mr. Musk. It's PX107. I think Mr. Molo showed this to you. Can we have a look at that? In this text message, you said, I don't think OpenAI would have happened without you. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And I know you wanted to explain your thinking on this, but Mr. Molo didn't let you. What did you want to say about this?
Sustained as to the form.
Is there anything that you want to add to your testimony respecting this document?
Early on in OpenAI and throughout a lot of time, and I say this here, I thought incredibly highly of Elon, and I felt like he had abandoned us, not come through on his promises, put the company in a very difficult place, jeopardized the mission, didn't really care about the things I thought he cared about. And I was really proud of our work. And it's been an extremely painful thing for me to do. And to have someone that I respected so much not acknowledge that and continue to publicly attack us was extremely upsetting. When I look back at what we all said in 2015 and what we wanted to accomplish and what we haven't accomplished, I think it's been an incredible overall thing. I am grateful to Mr. Musk for his early contributions and guidance. I've said that many times. And I think he was a critical contributor, and he was someone that I respected hugely. And I wanted to acknowledge that to him. I also wished he would stop what he was doing here, which was, in my opinion, jealousy as we got more and more successful in trying to beat us down while he was starting a competitor. But I wanted to acknowledge as a person what this was like in a way I thought he would understand.
Let's take a look at, we could call up PX 296, please. This is a text exchange between you and Mr. Musk. You reviewed it just a few minutes ago with Mr. Mueller. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were asked questions respecting this document, whether in this text exchange you advised Mr. Musk that you were going to accept billions of dollars of investment revenue from Microsoft. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you were asked whether you advised Mr. Musk in this text exchange as to what the terms of the investments that were contemplated were. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said your answer was no, they weren't in this.
Not in this text exchange.
Had you previously advised Mr. Musk of the terms of the contemplated investment?
All the way back to 2018.
You've done so repeatedly.
Repeatedly.
Had you previously advised Mr. Musk that there would be investments from Microsoft in 2019 and 2021?
Yes.
You just didn't say those in this text message.
Again, I know that I would often have to remind Mr. Musk of things sometimes, but I assumed that this one we had talked about enough times he would remember. But this one I assumed we had talked about enough times he would remember.
Do you recall? We can take this down. Thanks, guys. Mr. Musk's counsel suggested that OpenAI the nonprofit might have had more resources had it not accepted Microsoft's investment. Do you remember that discussion with counsel?
I remember them saying that.
Do you agree with that?
No, I think at every step of the way I have done the best I could to maximize the value of the nonprofit. And I do not think there was a better way to get more value into the nonprofit than what we have done, given the capital we needed. And I would point out that there are not a lot of historical examples of a nonprofit at this scale, and we were kind of left for dead.
I want to take a look at PX 156, please, finally. You reviewed this document with Mr. Mueller as well, you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at the second paragraph. And I wanted to ask some questions just about the first sentence of this paragraph. Thank you. We talked about this a bunch, but Mr. Musk wrote, I think that the preferred A investment round, supermajority me, should have the right to appoint 4, not 3 seats. I would not expect to appoint them immediately, but like I said, I would unequivocally have initial control of the company, but this will change quickly. Do you see that?
I do.
So Mr. Musk said that he would unequivocally control the board.
Yes.
But he also said it would change quickly.
He did say that.
During the period when Mr. Musk had unequivocal initial control, he would have the power to do whatever he wanted with the company. Is that right?
Yes, I was uncomfortable with that.
Yeah. He would have the ability to make every final decision for the organization.
That is my understanding of what he meant here.
And if it achieved AGI, he would have control of it.
Yeah.
There were discussions, though, after this about whether the initial control might have a contractually guaranteed or otherwise guaranteed reduction or step down. Is that correct, Mr. Altman?
We did talk about that at a high level, but that never, I think that never got memorialized or advanced very far.
Did Mr. Musk ever agree to a commitment to relinquish control?
No.
So And you guys talked about that possibility a bunch, right?
We did in objective form.
Did you and the other co-founders discuss a potential step down of control with Mr. Musk over the ensuing weeks?
We did talk at a high level about various ways that such a thing could be
But Mr. Musk never
enacted.
Mr. Musk would never agree. Is that right?
Objective form.
Did Mr. Musk ever agree to such an arrangement?
Not that I can recall.
Elon Musk wanted Elon Musk to be in control at the end, right?
Objective form.
Suspend.
Nothing more. Thank you, Mr. Altman. Thank you.
Mr. Mullen, anything?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Nope.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. At this juncture, well, I'll have you stand down. So you're not released yet. All right. Next witness.
The OpenAI defendants, Dr. Coulter.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or so you affirm. Please say, I do, or I affirm. I do. Thank you, sir.
Would it be possible to get a binder or copy exhibits? Our screen is still broken over here. To the extent you expect to use exhibits.
I'm not using any exhibits, Your Honor. I don't expect to.
Please be seated. Speak clearly into the microphone and state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
My name is Jeremy Coulter, Kolter, though I go by Zico.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Coulter, could you tell us a little bit about your educational background, sir?
Yeah, I had got my bachelor's at Georgetown University, then did a PhD at Stanford in computer science. And after that, I was a postdoc at MIT and working in AI the whole time.
Where do you work currently?
I'm currently a faculty member at Carnegie Mellon University. And I started there after my postdoc, been there for 14 years. And 2 years ago, I also became the department head of the machine learning department at CMU.
Where is Carnegie Mellon?
It's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And for those of us in the Bay Area, we'll give you a brief amount of time to give your pitch on the computer science program at Carnegie Mellon.
All right. So Carnegie Mellon is one of the top computer science programs in the world. It's essentially tied for first every year, which is added with Stanford, MIT, and Berkeley. But it's also been a hotbed for AI research for a long time.
What are your primary areas of research?
I work in AI, and I have a particular focus on AI safety and security. I do a lot of work in robustness of AI systems to adversarial inputs, people trying to essentially misuse the models.
Do you work in any other professional capacity related to AI or AI safety?
Yeah, so I was formerly the chief scientist of AI for Bosch. I am also a board member at Qualcomm, and I am a co-founder and chief scientist of Gray Swan, which is an AI safety and security company.
Right. And what about currently, do you have a role with OpenAI?
Yes, I do. So I'm currently, I joined the board of OpenAI in August of 2024. And shortly thereafter, I became the chair of the Safety and Security Committee of the board.
What does Gray Swan do?
Gray Swan is a safety and security company for AI. We essentially analyze models to find any issues they may have and then have mitigations on those issues.
Does Gray Swan do any work with OpenAI?
Yes, we do. We do work with all the frontier labs, including OpenAI. Okay.
Sorry. Based on your relationship to Gray Swan and to OpenAI, how do you handle that?
To be clear, I recused myself from all interaction between the two companies and went through the conflict process in both companies and with OpenAI, and I'm not involved in any discussions between either company.
How would you describe OpenAI in terms of Gray Swan's largest customers?
Other frontier labs are much larger customers than OpenAI.
Going to OpenAI, can you describe for us your particular position there?
I am the chair of the Safety and Security, which is a committee of the OpenAI Foundation. I'm a board member of the OpenAI Foundation, not the PBC.
Okay, so to be clear, there's the foundation is the nonprofit, and you're on that board.
That's correct. Yes,
okay, but you are not on the board of the Public Benefit Corporation. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Do you have any financial interest in the PBC?
No, I have no equity, no.
Are you paid for your role on the independent board of the nonprofit organization?
Yes, I am.
What are you paid?
It's $360,000 a year.
Could you tell us how were you first approached to join the nonprofit board at OpenAI?
In the summer of 2024, Brett Taylor emailed me about asking if I was interested in potentially discussing the board position. After that, I had numerous conversations with many different people on the board, and sometimes multiple conversations. Learned a lot about the company, what my role was, what they were looking for in an AI safety expert on the board. And then in August 2024, I joined.
Why did you agree to serve on the board of the nonprofit?
I mean, I think it is a chance to bring the background I have in AI safety to apply to a large frontier organization like this. And it's also one where the mission of OpenAI is one that really resonates with me. And I want to do what I can to further that mission.
What is the Safety and Security Committee?
It is a committee, again, of the nonprofit foundation. It oversees the governance of safety broadly at OpenAI.
Okay, when you say it oversees it, how does it oversee it?
Yeah, so the SSC can do a number of things. We can request any information from the company about models, about their safety. We can also dictate things that the employees of the company need to do to provide us that information. We receive third-party information. We review that. And then finally, prior to release of models or products, we have reviews for these major products, and we have the ability to, if we need more information, to delay or halt the release of those models.
You made reference to third-party information. What do you mean by that?
Oh, this means third-party evaluation. So not only apologies. Not only do OpenAI itself analyze the safety of their models and evaluate them, they also give them to third parties to run evaluations, and we receive both sets of information for our assessment.
And again, just to be clear, the SSC, the Safety and Security Committee, is a committee on the nonprofit board. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
But it reviews activities occurring at the PBC.
Correct. The mandate of the SSC is to oversee the safety governance of all of OpenAI, including, of course, the PBC.
Are there other members of the SSC?
Yes, there are 4 members.
Could you briefly describe for us their background as it relates to the job of the SSC?
There's, in addition to myself, there is General Paul Nakasone, the former head of the NSA, so a cybersecurity expert. There is Nicole Seligman, who's really an expert in corporate governance. And there's Adam D'Angelo, who's been working in tech for most of his life.
You've described sort of what the SSC does and sort of how it's located. Can you describe for us the authority that the SSC has?
Yeah, so we have the authority to direct employees of the PBC to give us the information that we need. We have the ability to get all the information from the PBC itself related to model safety. And then we have the ability, as I mentioned, to halt or delay the release of models if we believe that we need more information to assess their safety.
Can you describe for us how often does the SSC meet?
We meet as a group with employees in the company every 2 weeks for regularly scheduled meetings. We also have some review meetings in an ad hoc fashion when they're needed, more than that, when needed for reviewing products or models. And then in addition, we have a number of other meetings. So I meet on the off weeks to set up the agenda for the coming meetings. I have multiple one-on-one meetings with different people at the company in product teams and safety teams and beyond. And then we have a number of other meetings as well within the committee itself to discuss these topics.
You indicated that the SSC can halt or delay a model release. Has it exercised that authority?
Yes, it has.
Can you tell us about how many times since you've been serving on the SSC?
So there were 2 times where we sort of formally requested a delay of models, but in many other times as well, we have kind of inquired about information or asked for more data prior to final review that wound up actually causing a delay of the model as well.
Your Honor, I moved to strike based on our conversation this morning.
So we're not going to go down that path, Mr. Prinzen. The answer is stricken.
Sorry, Your Honor, I guess I don't quite understand.
Unless we're going to get into the details of this.
No, Your Honor,
It's stricken. So you can't, we're not going to open that door because I'm not going to go down that path.
Understood, Your Honor. We'll just, is the authority of the SSC operated in practice without specifying any particular instances?
Yes.
Has there been any pushback when the SSC has exercised its authority?
No, there has not.
Based on your experience so far, would you say profits are more important than safety at OpenAI?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Can you describe for us the relationship between profits and safety as you've observed it at OpenAI?
It has not been my experience that OpenAI has ever prioritized profit over safety.
What are some of the things that OpenAI does in order to try to evaluate models upon release?
So prior to release and after release, there are actually a number of both evaluations and safeguards that are put in place around models. So a number of evaluations are run to assess the capabilities of these models. And then based upon those capabilities, a number of safeguards are put in place to ensure that these models are in fact suitable for release. And these safeguards include things like classifiers that look at the input and output going into a model. They also include things like safety training of the model itself to try to make the answers, the answer the correct way. And they also include things like monitoring, so understanding the actual usage of models after they're released. And all of these are part of the safeguards put in place by the company.
What is the preparedness framework?
The preparedness framework is a framework that governs the release of models as it relates to some of these serious risks. So it essentially looks at what are the capabilities of models in certain settings, and then based upon this, what are safeguards that have to be put in place prior to the model being released?
What is a system card?
A system card is essentially a set of release notes for a model. It describes the capabilities of that model, and it includes a lot of information about safety evaluations. And these are all kind of put out with the models themselves. They're released with the models.
When you say released, you mean to the public?
Yes, they're released to the public with the models. That's correct.
Okay. What's a model spec?
The model spec is a list of prescribed behaviors for the model.
I think this is also getting too far into the territory that we discussed this morning.
Overruled.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the model spec essentially prescribes a list of behaviors for the model. It says under certain conditions, how should the model respond to users? And that's also a public document as well.
Are these safety measures and documents preparedness framework, the system card, the model spec, are these becoming, let's say, more accepted industry-wide?
Yes, these are
Leading.
Sustained.
What are other AI labs, other actors in the industry doing in connection with the same types of documents?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Do you view OpenAI as setting a standard in the industry?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
What do you view OpenAI's position to be relative to the industry?
Objection. Relevance.
Overall.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to these sorts of documents, these safety documents, preparedness frameworks, the model cards, OpenAI has played a leading role in kind of setting the standard for these things. To be clear, a lot of companies do similar things and push these forward. But at this point, a lot of companies have similar frameworks and have developed similar frameworks that build upon OpenAI's and other companies' work as well to prior to release of models and to describe the intended behavior of the models.
Approximately how many people work on safety at OpenAI?
It's about 200 people that work in safety organizations at OpenAI.
Could you just give us some quick idea of the different safety groups and a sentence or two about what they focus on?
Yeah, sure. There's a very large set of organizations around safety at OpenAI. So this includes the safety systems team, which works on a lot of the guardrails and evaluations. It includes the preparedness team, which deals with that preparedness framework I mentioned. It includes the alignment team, which looks at training the model in a way that aligns with human values. And then the model policy team, which looks at the model spec and things like this and develops the model spec. And other teams that do things like investigations as well.
We've heard some testimony about a super alignment team and an AGI readiness team. Do those still exist at OpenAI?
No, they don't. But a lot of the work a lot of the types of research that were being done in those groups is now being done in other teams.
So the same types of work is still occurring at OpenAI?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained.
What is Microsoft's role, if any, in safety at OpenAI?
Microsoft and OpenAI have a joint board called the DSB, or Deployment Safety Board, which is another review board for models that looks at models prior to release.
And if the SSC makes a decision to halt release of a model, can the DSB overrule that decision?
No, they cannot.
Can anyone at OpenAI overrule that decision?
No.
Who at OpenAI has the final say over whether or not to release a model?
A number of groups, including the product team, the model team, and management, have to sign off on the models being released. But the SSC certainly is a governance body that oversees a lot of that process.
Dr. Coulter, why does OpenAI's governance structure matter at OpenAI?
I think that AI safety is just a crucially important topic to the development of AI systems. And I think that this setup, where it is in fact a board of independent directors overseeing the safety committee, is a unique mode of governance. Most companies don't have this. Most companies it is the employees to decide when to release the models.
Narrative and relevance.
He's bringing it into the end, Your Honor. This is the last.
Finish off a sentence or two.
And I hope that this sort of model can become a contribution to how safety is governed at companies like OpenAI.
Thank you very much.
And move to strike. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you very much, Dr. Coulter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Coulter. My name is Alex Einen. I represent the plaintiff in this case. Mr. Coulter, you testified about what the Safety and Security Committee at OpenAI does just now.
Yes, that's correct.
The Safety and Security Committee at OpenAI was formed in May 2024, correct?
The first iteration, it was not a current board committee. The first iteration had a set of 90-day recommendations. When it was first formed, the committee was constituted a bit differently. They had a 90-day period upon which to provide recommendations. I joined the board during those 90 days, and then at the end of them, it was constituted in its current form, I believe in October of 2024.
So it was first announced in the initial form around May 2024.
That's correct, yes.
So fair to say that the Safety and Security Committee did not have any activities before May 2024?
That's correct, yes.
And fair to say that the Safety and Security Committee didn't halt any model releases before May 2024?
Right, correct.
And you just mentioned that you yourself joined OpenAI's board in August of 2024. Correct?
Yes, that's right.
So your testimony about OpenAI's prioritization of mission and safety is based on your experience since August of 2024, correct?
Correct.
You have no personal knowledge of what was taking place within OpenAI's governance before August of 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't work at OpenAI when OpenAI was founded.
No.
You weren't on OpenAI's board when Microsoft invested $10 million in OpenAI in early 2023.
Correct, I was not.
And you also weren't on OpenAI's board when the nonprofit's independent board members removed Sam Altman and Greg Brockman from the board in November 2023. Is that right?
I was not on the board then, no.
As someone who works on AI safety, do you think it's okay to lie to the board about safety processes?
I do not believe it's okay to lie to a board about safety processes, no.
If you learn that one of OpenAI's officers was lying to the board about AI safety processes, would you fire them?
Yes. I mean, I don't have the direct, to the extent possible, I would support such a thing.
You also testified a little bit a couple minutes ago about OpenAI employees who worked on AI safety. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Those employees are employed by the PBC, the Public Benefit Corporation, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And in fact, until a few months ago, the OpenAI Foundation did not have any full-time employees, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Just one moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Your Honor, no questions for Dr. Corpus and Microsoft.
Okay. Any redirect limited to the scope?
Sorry, nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Corpus.
Thank you.
No reason to keep this witness, right? No.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you're excused. Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the OpenAI defendants would like to play some video testimony from Mr. Teller. There is just one minor administrative matter. I think technically the court has not yet accepted for admission DX 755. We raised it yesterday.
Submitted. Is there a problem?
Sam Teller. Have you ever been employed by Mr. Musk? I have. Any of his companies? You ever worked for any of his companies? Actually, I should correct my previous statement. I have been employed by two of his companies, Tesla and SpaceX, but I have not actually been a direct employee of Mr. Musk personally. You said that you worked at Tesla from 2014 to 2019. What years did you work at SpaceX for? The same years. So you worked at both companies for the same interval of time, is that right? Correct. Focusing now back on the time that you were working for Mr. Musk, did you work out of a physical office? I worked out of many different offices and factories over the period of time that I worked for him. Did you essentially follow Mr. Musk day to day, wherever he was, he would be, for the most part? When Mr. Musk would travel, you typically traveled with him. That was part of your role most of the time. So it's fair to say that you interacted with Mr. Musk, at least typically on a daily basis during the time that you worked as the director of the office of the CEO. Correct.
Did you text with Mr. Musk?
I did.
How frequently?
I'd say every day.
What percentage of the time when Mr. Musk traveled while you were working for him did you travel with?
My estimate would be about 90% of the time.
What was your general understanding in the pre-formation period of what OpenAI's mission would be?
My understanding was that OpenAI was to be created in order to try to rapidly develop artificial intelligence that was for the benefit of humanity at large. And that this was being done in some or large part to create a counterbalance to DeepMind.
Sitting here today, can you recall any occasion on which Mr. Musk told you that Mr. Altman made promises to him about OpenAI?
I don't remember any such occasion.
Did Mr. Musk ever tell you that Mr. Brockman had made promises to Mr. Musk?
Same thing, I don't remember.
Did Mr. Musk ever tell you that anyone had made promises to him?
I don't have any recollection of any such statement from Mr. Musk.
Did Mr. Musk ever tell you that he had any kind of agreement, arrangement, or understanding?
I don't have a memory of any conversation like that.
As far as you know, did Mr. Musk impose any conditions on the use of his donations to OpenAI?
I don't know.
Did Mr. Musk ever tell you there were any conditions on his donations to OpenAI?
I don't remember.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you meant by I don't remember. So yeah, sitting here today, you have no recollection of Mr. Musk ever telling you that his donations to OpenAI had conditions. Do I have that?
Sitting here today, I have no memory of Elon telling me his donations to OpenAI had conditions attached to them. That's correct.
Did Mr. Virgil ever tell you that Mr. Musk's donations to OpenAI had conditions attached to them?
I don't remember.
You don't remember them, did you?
Correct.
Did anyone working with Mr. Musk or Mr. Musk ever tell you that Mr. Musk's donations to OpenAI had conditions attached to them?
I don't remember that.
By the way, is it fair to say that you were Mr. Musk's chief of staff in this period of time?
Yes.
Did your responsibilities as Mr. Musk's chief of staff involve helping him with OpenAI?
Yes.
Did there ever come a time when OpenAI considered raising funds from sources that could possibly see a return on that investment?
Yes, there was a time when OpenAI considered that.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates, but it was sometime, it was in the year or so preceding Elon's departure.
And do you recall what investment structures OpenAI considered when it was looking at that option?
I recall a number of structures being considered. One was I believe, a hybrid nonprofit for profit. I don't know if it was a different proposal or if it was the same, but maybe there was an idea of it becoming just a for-profit company, but like with a capped return. I recall an idea for an initial coin offering or an ICO, which would have raised money using some crypto blockchain technology. I remember considering other increased funding route, like by while maintaining nonprofit status.
Mr. Teller, did Mr. Musk ever say to you that establishing OpenAI as a nonprofit might have been a mistake?
It's possible that he expressed that sentiment at some point along the line, but I don't recall a specific conversation.
What do you recall Mr. Musk saying about his concerns around OpenAI being able to achieve AGI?
The gist of it was similar to what was expressed in some prior documents I think we reviewed today, that OpenAI was not making rapid enough progress and that Google, meanwhile, was accelerating.
Did you ever form the view yourself that setting OpenAI up as a not-for-profit was a mistake?
No, I think it made sense given the goals and the side of the plan.
Did there ever come a time in your mind when you thought that revisiting that structure was appropriate?
I thought that the discussions that the team was having around setting up OpenAI for future success were appropriate.
So we were just looking at an email chain about setting a conference call on August 12th, 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And here we have the new exhibit is an email from Ms. Zilis to you and Ms. Gallagher from August 12th, 2017, subject decisions and notes. You see that?
I do. I'm just going to read it.
Got it. Okay, so Ms. Zilis writes at the top, hey guys, productive meeting, ran 5:30 to 70:30-ish, I think. So contentful discussion. You see that?
Yep.
And then Ms. Zilis sends you your notes from that call, correct?
Yes.
OpenAI switched to for-profit in next couple of weeks, parens, whoa, fast. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Musk after the date of this email the possibility that OpenAI would become a for-profit enterprise?
I imagine the answer is yes, but I don't remember any specific conversation.
Can't remember anything about those conversations.
I'm really racking my brain, but I can't remember any specific conversations with him about it or about this subject.
Did you discuss after the date of this email, OpenAI potentially switching to a for-profit enterprise with Ms. Zilis?
It's likely, but I can't remember having those conversations.
Did Mr. Musk ever tell you that it was his belief that OpenAI could not convert to a for-profit?
I don't have a memory of him telling me that.
Did Mr. Musk ever tell you that he thought converting OpenAI to a for-profit would be inconsistent with the mission?
I don't remember having a conversation.
Did Mr. Musk ever tell you changing the structure of OpenAI so that it was either for-profit consistent with that message?
I don't remember him saying that.
Did he ever tell you that there were any impediments from his perspective to converting OpenAI to a for-profit? Let's look at tab 107. So this is an email that Ms. Zilis sent to you on August 30th, 2017, correct?
Yes.
Subject is OpenAI starting sketch.
Yes.
What is this document?
It appears to be a proposal for setting up a new structure for OpenAI.
Let's focus on the operating structure. There are two options listed there. Do you see that?
I do.
Option one is roll everything into a B Corp, include all of OpenAI. You see that?
I do.
What is a B Corp?
I believe it's a public benefit corporation.
That's a kind of for-profit corporation, right?
That's my understanding.
And as you understood, it was option one of full conversion of OpenAI into a public benefit corporation.
I don't want to speak in the past tense because I don't remember reading this at the time, but sitting here today, yes, that's what I read.
Okay. And then option two is OpenAI C Corp and OpenAI nonprofit. You see that?
Yes.
Is that the hybrid approach that you were testifying about earlier?
Seems to be.
Okay. Did you understand Mr. Musk to have a preference between option one and option two at this point in time?
I don't remember.
He was equally open to both at that time, as far as I understood.
I can't say. I just don't remember.
Do you recall discussing that question with Ms. Perkins?
I don't.
There's no mention here of keeping OpenAI as a nonprofit. You see that? You see that there's no mention of OpenAI staying as a nonprofit.
Option two includes OpenAI as a nonprofit.
As a pure nonprofit, that's a fair clarification.
I don't see anything in this document which proposes OpenAI remaining purely as a nonprofit, correct?
Throughout the time of these negotiations were happening, did Mr. Musk say to anyone in their presence that OpenAI's for-profit version couldn't happen without his consent?
I don't remember him saying that.
Throughout the time that these negotiations were happening, did Mr. Musk ever tell you that his consent was needed to create a hybrid, not-for-profit, for-profit version of OpenAI?
I don't remember.
You don't remember him saying that, right?
I don't remember him saying that.
Do you remember any discussions after the date of the emails we were just looking at about Tesla potentially acquiring it?
I would not feel confident placing a date, but you asking me this question does refresh my recollection that Tesla acquiring OpenAI or them merging in some form was one of the options considered at some point along the way about the future of OpenAI.
Sitting here today, do you have any understanding as to what the idea was in terms of how Tesla could solve OpenAI's funding issue?
I believe that because Tesla was a public company with the ability to, that had just more cash available, that it would, relative to the nonprofit structure, would have more funding indefinitely to support OpenAI's growth.
This is a text exchange that you had on November 1st, 2017 with Mr. Altman, is that correct?
It is.
Does this refresh your recollection in any way about the circumstances in which Mr. Musk may have considered inviting Mr. Altman to join the Tesla board?
Yes.
Okay. And so what is your recollection of what Mr. Musk had in mind for potentially having Mr. Altman come onto the board?
In this context, it seems like the proposal would be that Sam would join the board in conjunction with OpenAI becoming part of Tesla, apart from a independent nonprofit research lab.
You said that the proposal would be that Sam would join the board in conjunction with OpenAI becoming part of Tesla, apart from an independent nonprofit research lab. I'm trying to understand what that means. Would there be a division between OpenAI somehow in that scenario?
I mean, I may be speaking somewhat clumsily, but if I can maybe try and restate it, like my understanding from this is that the primary, whether or not OpenAI would be acquired or merged or whatever, that the collective efforts to develop AI that were currently that were at the time happening at OpenAI would largely happen within Tesla. And in conjunction with that, Sam would join the board. And separately, that there would be some entity, which in this text message I call OpenAI, that would exist separately, as I say, and people could be allowed to remain there for some pure research.
So there would be some entity left behind for research purposes, but the actual development work would happen within Tesla. Is that understanding?
At a high level, that's my read of what I wrote.
So this is another text exchange between you and Ms. Zilis. This one's from February 4th, 2018. See that?
Correct.
Focusing your attention on the page that's dates 2527. 12:38 a.m. Ms. Zilis writes, I think if you win Altman, you force their hand. But I do think if Altman stays, it's very real. And I wouldn't be upset if OpenAI ran independently with 3 of them. You write, agree. And then you write, I don't love OpenAI continuing without Elon, would rather disable it by recruiting the leaders. Do you see that?
I do.
Why did you not love the idea of OpenAI continuing without Mr. Musk?
I don't remember exactly what I was thinking in that moment.
Why might you have wanted to disable OpenAI?
It's hard for me to speculate. I think maybe I was feeling a competitive spirit.
And what you wrote here is that the way you were suggesting disabling OpenAI was by recruiting the leaders, right?
That's what it says here.
I'd like you to focus your attention on the first email in the chain from Ms. Zilis at 11:15 p.m. on August 31st, which is the same day as the term sheet was sent to you by Mr. Altman, right? If you look back at the prior exhibit.
Okay, yes.
So Ms. Zilis wrote, realize there's a lot going on, but I think it's critical to ensure Elon is able to come to the right decision for himself on OpenAI now. Once they close the $500 million raise in this structure, it is going to be a big deal and relatively irreversible. This is meant as a comprehensive doc to throw all critical things in one place so we can decide how to help it. See this?
Yes.
And what follows is fairly lengthy summary of the term sheet, correct?
Yes, among other things, yes.
Did you think this was a significant decision that Mr. Musk had to make?
I believe I did.
And is it therefore the kind of thing that you would have wanted to inform yourself on before doing it?
Don't forget to like and subscribe for the next episode on While We Were Distracted.